you stated before, we have several options. However, when a storm comes along, that doesn't necessarily mean that all the shelters are open. We will let our residents know what shelters are open, when they are going to open, and when they can report to those shelters. So pay very, very close attention to the shelters that are going to be open, because even though we have shelters available, doesn't necessarily mean that they're all open for every storm.
And again, we'll have a lot of that information. What we've done in Northport is anytime there's an event, whether it's COVID or a storm, we have our alerts page. It's a button that's on our city app, North Report. I'm going to keep plugging that. Or if you just go to cityofnorthport.com/alerts, we'll have all the latest info. We're sitting there 24/7, when these types of events happen, to make sure that that's all in one spot. Everybody can find it every time. It's not some new website.
Yeah, it's a great resource. It's updated real time, so you get the latest information that you need to know.
A lot of people want to know, storm happens, I'm in a shelter, when can I leave?
A lot of times, of course, you're not being held within the shelter, but what we'll do is we'll advise you, or the shelter staff will let you know when it's safe to go back outside. Just because the storm has passed does not necessarily mean that it's safe to venture outdoors, depending on how much damage the storm has done to the area. A lot of times what we'll do, we'll have crews in the area. If there's unsafe areas, we'll let you know what those are. Like you might have power downs or roads blocked or flooding. But we will let you know, let the residents of the shelter evacuation center know when it's safe to go back out and venture back to their homes or in their general area.
And I'm sure that we've made this mistake already a couple times in this interview, because it's just old habits. Shelter, center, center, shelter. Why? It was a change that was made maybe 2 years ago.
Yes.
Why?
Basically, it's actually more literal in terms of terminology. The evacuation center is literally that, an evacuation center. It's only supposed to be open for 1, 2, maybe 3 days, and then go back to its original purpose, as compared to a shelter, which is more long-term for those individuals who cannot return home, maybe to damage or whatever the case may be. Sheltering is more of a long-term. Evacuation center is short-term.
Yeah. So we apologize for just old habits, years and years of reporting and working in government. I mean, it's just it's hard to get over, but we're doing the best we can. Unfortunately, a storm hits our area. Various ranges of damage. What can we expect here in Northport?
What we're going to do is we have teams ready. As soon as the storm passes, we have teams strategically located throughout the city that as soon as the storm passes, they go out into the community and they start looking what we call a damage assessment. They start going out through the different neighborhoods, going down the major roadways, the secondary roadways. They start seeing where the damage has occurred, how much damage has occurred, what type of actions will we need to take in terms of how long, if there's a power outage, how long do we think it's going to be. Just kind of getting a big picture of what's going on and making sure that when we relay that information to our community, that we're giving the most accurate information at that time to let them know what areas they can go into, what areas they should stay away from. But we're going to try to make it as safe as possible so that our community can get back to their homes.
And probably the most difficult part with that, we've been fortunate with many storms that we haven't completely lost communication, but it's certainly possible. Cell towers down, internet's out, no power. How would we get the message out? What do you envision there?
A lot of times it's going to be a mix of whatever's working at that time. Sometimes you might have a social media platform up there, or sometimes very barely a cell, sometimes a text. There's always a weather radio that we can do in terms of getting notifications out through the weather service itself. They kind of help us out. There's different ways to try to access different communication types. It's just a matter of what's available for us internally. A lot of times we'll use a ham radio. For when all other communications are gone, we're able to communicate amongst ourselves, and then if need be, do face-to-face communications and let them know, do the old-fashioned way.
Yeah, we might even have to go to neighborhoods to post information.
Yes.
Or create a place where people can come physically get more info.
Absolutely.
And I know in some recent storms, cell phone companies have been able to bring in some mobile units, some more successful than others in that realm.
Yes, and they're called cows, for lack of a better term. That's what they use, but they will bring them in. We've had pretty good success when they're able to get but it's also dependent upon where the storm is, how big it is, how much damage it's done, and how much geographical area it has covered, and our accessibility to those units to bring them in.
So COW, I'm gonna put you on the spot here. Cell.
Communications on wheels.
Oh, I didn't even have the first letter right. Okay, great. And I mean, some good news is that Northport, we have our own emergency manager. We have our own operations center that will kind of man in here in City Hall.
Yes.
But we're not alone. How does our relationship work with other nearby agencies?
We work very, very well, especially with the county. We have constant communications between the county emergency operations center, our emergency operations center, and also municipalities also have their emergency operations centers. We're in constant contact before, during, and after the event. What we do is we all like to be on the same page. We all like to know what kind of experiences are going on in other areas outside of us that may impact us, and we also let them know what's going on here that may impact them. We share resources constantly, whether it's before the storm or after the storm. We're constantly communicating.
Okay.
Morning. Today is Tuesday, April 12th, 2022. It's 10 a.m. We are in the city chambers, and I call the city commission regular meeting to order. Commissioner presents are Commissioner McDowell, Commissioner White, Mayor Emmerich, Vice Mayor Langdon, and Commissioner Luke. There is a quorum for this meeting. Also present are City Manager Fletcher, City Attorney Slayton, City Clerk Taylor, Recording Secretary Baker, Police Chief Garrison, and Fire Chief Titus. I'm going to call on Mr. Golan to please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, sir. I'll request a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
May I make a suggestion, please, before we do?
Sure.
We have Welland Park with several items under, well, actually, what I'd like to do is swing Resolution E and F before the first reading of Ordinance D. That way, they don't have to stay here while we discuss D. We can just knock all of their items out at once.
They are before D, aren't they?
Now you've got
Yeah.
two resolutions after.
Aren't they here for the whole of the same thing?
I'm sorry?
Aren't they here for the same thing? I mean, Welland Park is the Village I and Village K, and the conveyance on,
And then you go,
Yes.
go down into the resolution, and they're also E and F.
or are you asking to just move D to after F?
Sure,
Yeah, we can do that.
however you want to say it. It's the same
That's what I
way.
was just trying to figure out where you were going with this.
Sorry, I
Okay.
just was,
Either way, it's going to work. Okay, so move.
You've got B and C that are Welland Park.
Correct.
Then you've got D that talks about impact fees, which I figure might take some time. And then E and F are them also. So just saying D until after F.
Okay, you want to put that in the motion form, please?
I move to approve the agenda, but moving D to after F.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion on the floor approving the agenda as presented, but moving item D to after F, and that was made by Commissioner Luke and seconded by Commissioner McDowell. Anything to that, Commissioners?
Thank you, sir.
Please vote. And that passes 5-0. All right. Moving on to public comment. Do you have any online public comment, City Clerk? All right, I have one in-house. Mr. Scott, please, sir.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, sir.
The Northport City Commission is under the influence of unelected city officials who spend taxpayer money and believe they control the purse strings as they have time and again. This is a city we live in and have been test driving for many, many years. Look at what it has gotten us. A top-down culture of corrupt incompetence that has walked away from the city's mission statement and never looked back. I believe the city of Northport operates beyond the rule of law to act as a tyrant above the rule of law and beyond any semblance of accountability. We have is a shadow government that is staffed by unelected city officials who in essence run the city as they see fit. These unelecteds are actually influencing public policy initiatives behind closed doors to the detriment of the Northport taxpayer. The tapestry of deception throughout City Hall is only intended to make sure the city prevails, without a concern in the world for any legal jeopardy that will ultimately be paid by the Northport taxpayers. It's time to reclaim our city and begin a process called renewal. The status quo is no longer acceptable, as it has failed time and time again in order to protect it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yep.
Moving on to announcements, 22-2565, City Clerk.
Vacancies for the following boards and committees include the Art Advisory Board, Audit Committee, Charter Review Advisory Board, Citizens Tax Oversight Committee, Community Economic Development Advisory Board, Environmental Advisory Board, Historic and Cultural Advisory Board, Joint Management Advisory Board, Municipal Police Officers Pension Trust Fund Board of Trustees, elected by police officer members, Parks and Recreation Advisory Board, Public Utility Advisory Board, Veterans Park Advisory Committee, and Zoning Board of Appeals. The upcoming expirations for the following advisory boards and committees: Environmental Advisory Board and Municipal Police Officers Pension Trust Fund Board of Trustees Commission appointment. One Northport resident to serve on the Sarasota Manatee Metropolitan Planning Organization's Citizen Advisory Network. If anyone would like more information, please see the city clerk's office. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Moving on to consent agenda. City Manager, has any of the items been pulled?
Good morning, Mr. Mayor. Yes, Mr. Mayor, item K -22-2593 has been pulled.
I'll entertain a motion.
I move that we approve the consent agenda, but pulling item K for discussion.
Second.
Thank you. I have a motion on the floor made by Commissioner Luke to approve the consent agenda as presented and also removing item K for discussion. And that was seconded by Commissioner McDowell. Anything to that, Commissioners? Please vote. And that passes 5-0. City Manager, item K, that's yours.
Absolutely, thank you, sir. So item K is the approve the drop-in office agreement template for the nonprofit and state agency use of the drop-in office space at the Family Service Center building for the provision of services to Northport residents, and authorize the city manager to sign future agreements using the approved template. This item was pulled by Commissioner Luke.
Commissioner Luke, the floor is yours.
Thank you, sir. The lines aren't numbered, but on page 2, under use of premise, and it says scheduling. It says that if the city can't comply to the date that the agency needs, they will provide an alternative date, time, or location to accommodate. I just would rather see that may or will try. Otherwise, it's going to be a lot of hecticness, and basically that's a promise that that day will be accommodated for them. So I'd hate to see staff jumping through some hoops when maybe they need to be doing something else. So I would rather see will change to may or add will try to provide. The way it reads, they're going to have to provide, and,
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. According to our team, that will be fine with us. If that's-
okay. And however they change it is fine. Can I get a consensus from the commission?
Just make a
Yeah,
motion.
make a motion.
Okay, let me go through the others.
Oh, you have more.
and then-
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I didn't know you had others. Do you want to go ahead and then get a consensus? on one?
It's up to you. If you want to do all,
we'll go through and then just do them all if everybody agrees. Then on page 4, I'm wondering if staff wants to state that they can't store their merchandise in that office. That way, I mean, you're rotating different people in and out. You don't want them utilizing cabinets or something, leaving their merchandise there when somebody else is coming in. So I wondered if under I, where it talks about hours and reservations, or really anywhere, that it prohibits them from leaving their material and merchandise in the office overnight.
Okay, she's checking, ma'am, she believes it's somewhere else in the agreement
Okay?
that they can't store
Thank
items.
you. I was hoping that it was somewhere else, and I didn't really come across. And then over on page 7, under 12B, it talks about fire damage and liability insurance. It's stating in the amount of $250,000 in writing, but then in numeric, it says 50,000. So just curious which one is correct. I would imagine it'd be the 250, and the 2 was just left off of the numeric, I would think.
That would be my guess as well, but we can verify that with risk management.
Great, thank you. And
Good
then
catch.
city attorney, then on C, it's talking about they have to have property insurance. Can you actually have property insurance on property you don't own?
So all of the insurance requirements were provided by the risk division. And so I would defer to them on all of those provisions. I'm not really familiar with commercial insurance per se. I know when I was young and rented an apartment, I had renter's insurance,
Correct,
but
correct.
yeah, I would have to defer
Renter's
to risk.
insurance, I totally understand, but to have property insurance on property that you don't own, I don't know if you can obtain that. I know this
know
is a
that-
10 o'clock meeting and Risk is around today, so might be something they could look into, but
We do
to me-
require it in our leases. So I'm assuming that it's available.
okay, so that would be considered, a rent would be considered close to a lease?
Mr. Goling?
It's some,
You want to speak
hey.
to that again?
Yes, I'm sorry. I didn't realize Michael was there. Yes.
Morning, Michael Golan, Assistant City Attorney. I did verify with risk management that these were requirements for this agreement. We eliminated a few other things, but they said that this was their recommendation. So I don't
Okay.
have the reasoning for it, but they did verify it more than once.
Okay, I just didn't want to put a hoop there for the nonprofit
Yeah.
you
No,
know,
I
making
guess, I
them
understand.
pay more insurance if, if it wasn't
Absolutely.
really.
I made it clear to them what this agreement was trying to do, and this is what they recommended.
Okay. With that, then, Mayor, I'll make a motion to approve the template for the drop-in, or is it a template, or is it draft, or,
It is a template, so
okay,
in looking at your motion, if you would please look at the actual title of the agenda item, because we want to make sure that you also authorize the city manager to utilize the template going forward. And so
Okay.
that language is in the agenda item.
okay, thank you. Move to approve 22-2593 with adjusting the word will to may or will try to on page 2 under 3A. If they don't find that they can't leave storage or material overnight, that be added somewhere. And then just adding the 2 into the 50,000 so that it matches the words.
And Commissioner, would you consider adding to your motion and authorize the city manager or designee to sign future agreements using the approved template?
I will. Did you gain the words that the city attorney stated?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I have a motion on the floor made by Commissioner Luke. City Clerk, could you read it back, please?
To approve item number 22-2593 with the following changes, page 23A.
Need to check your
Audio.
audio.
Oh, sorry. To approve item number 22-2593 with the following changes on page 23A, to change from the word will to may or will try, to add no materials to be left overnight if it's not already in the agreement or the template, and to add, add the 2 to the to $250,000 and to authorize the city manager or designee to sign future agreements with them using the approved template.
Thank you. I have that motion on the floor. Do I have a second?
Second.
And I have a second by Commissioner Langdon. Anything to that, commissioners? Hold on, I'm asking them first.
No, sir.
Okay,
No,
Commissioner
sir, I
White.
feel as though it takes care of it as a template going forward and protects our staff.
Okay, Commissioner White.
I just had a question about clarifying. This is not an actual lease. This is a drop-in, so it's not a lease. They don't lease it for that one day. Am I correct with that?
That's correct, it is not a lease. It
Okay.
is somewhat similar to a lease, but it is not a lease.
Okay.
With my understanding, though, they had to sign this 1 year, yearly, if they want to utilize the drop-in office. So they go into an agreement to utilize the drop-in office, and then it's renewed yearly, and then it can be broken. So it's kind of a rental, kind of a lease, but it's utilizing a drop-in office.
Good morning, Janet Carrillo, Social Services Manager for the record. In 4B, it'll say that it automatically renews. So we won't have to do it. It'll automatically renew, and I believe we had it for just automatic renewal unless either party notifies the other of cancellation. So it's not that we'll have to sign it on the yearly, it'll just automatically renew.
Okay, I was just wondering if it's not an actual lease, then you brought up the concern with the renter's insurance, but that's because you have a lease. Even if you rent like a storage unit, you have a lease, and because they want coverage when you have a storage unit. So that's why I was just wondering if this is an actual lease? Yes? Okay.
No, it is not a
No,
lease.
no,
It is a contract.
But I believe.
A lease is a type of contract with a property right
Okay.
interest. This is an agreement between the parties that they can can schedule and use the space, provided that they meet the criteria in the contract.
Okay.
But it's a non-exclusive
Right.
use. A lease is typically exclusive, right? You rent an apartment, nobody else can come in and use the
Right.
apartment.
Right, okay. So we may have this come back when, if they say they can't get insurance, what we're asking for on here, because it's not a lease. They can't get renter's insurance.
Well, it doesn't call for renter's insurance, it
Well,
calls for
some-
property insurance.
Right, right.
And again, our professionals in the city who handle
Yes,
insurance and
okay.
coverage have advised that this is required, which would
Yeah.
lead me to believe it is available.
Okay,
But I can't
okay.
speak to that myself.
All right, thank you. That's it, Mayor.
Thank you.
Sorry.
All right, please vote. And that passes 5-0. Okay, moving on to public hearing, second reading, ordinance number 2022-05. City Clerk, can you read this by title only?
Ordinance number 2022-05, an ordinance of the City of Northport, Florida, amending the code of the City of Northport, Florida, Appendix A, City Fee Structure, Section D, Building Fees, repealing ordinance number 2020-28, providing for severability, providing for conflicts, providing for codification, and providing an effective date.
Thank you. City Manager, this is your item.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this item was first read on March 22nd. This is the second reading that would restore the building permit fees back to their original levels of removing the 25% reduction. We do have staff from NDS on hand in case there are any questions, but there is no presentation.
Thank you, sir. Any commissioner questions? Not seeing any names up. Okay, moving on for public comment. City Clerk, is there any public comment on this item?
There's none.
Okay, and there's none in-house. I'm going to close the public hearing and request a motion, please.
I'll make a motion, Mayor. I move to approve ordinance number 2022-05 as presented.
Second.
I have a motion on the floor by Vice Mayor Langdon to approve ordinance number 2022-05 as presented, and that was seconded by Commissioner McDowell. Anything to that, commissioners?
No, sir, thank you.
Thank you. Please vote. And that passes 5-0. Moving on to ordinance number 2022-07. This is a quasi judicial hearing. Can I get a motion to direct the city clerk to read the ordinance by title only?
So moved.
I have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Luke, seconded by Commissioner McDowell, to direct the city clerk to read the ordinance by title only. Please vote. And that's approved 5-0. City clerk, can you read it by title only?
Ordinance number 2022-07, an ordinance of the City of Northport, Florida, adopting the Village District Pattern Plan, West Villages, for approximately 898.00 acre area located to the west of Credo Boulevard, to the south of future Minnesota Beach Road, and to the north and east of the City of Northport city limits, amending the Unified Land Development Code, Chapter 53, Article, I'm sorry, I did not. III-V, Village, Section 53-214, to incorporate the pattern plan by reference, providing for findings, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, providing for codification, and providing an effective date. Can everyone wishing to provide testimony please stand and raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to provide is true and accurate to the best of your knowledge, so help you God?
All right, commissioners, ex parte communication, Commissioner McDowell.
I recently had a site visit to the general area, and I am sure this was part of it unknowingly at that time.
Thank you. Commissioner White?
Nothing.
I have nothing. Vice Mayor Langdon?
Yes, Mayor, I had a conversation a couple of weeks ago with Mr. Severance regarding workforce housing, and he had showed me, for illustration purposes, what his workforce housing in Welland Park might look like. So the conversation was not relative to this ordinance. It was a more general conversation about workforce housing.
Thank you. Commissioner Luke.
Yeah, I took a tour yesterday with Mr. Lewinsky, and I think I saw just about every inch of the property. Thank you.
All righty. City Clerk, are there any aggrieved parties?
There are none.
Thank you. And we'll go to presentations, starting with applicant. You have 20 minutes, sir. Please state your name and that you have been sworn.
Thank you, Mayor. Philip DiMaria, Certified Planner with Kinley Horn for the record, and I have been sworn. With me today, I have Mr. Peter Van Buskirk, professional engineer and city planner as well. If there are any questions as it relates to anything that I can't answer here today. All right, great. Thank you very much. Once again, it's a pleasure to be before you today. This first presentation discusses Village I, which is located on the west side of the Village Index map. Once again, just for the record, we are representing Mr. John Lazinski, Manistota Beach Ranchlands LLP, also known as Welland Park, the entity known as Welland Park. Kelly Klepper, who you've seen before, can't be with us today. But myself, Philip DiMaria, Kimley Horn and Associates, and Peter Van Buskirk are here. And this village development pattern plan was prepared by both Kimley Horn and our environmental consultant, ECT. So we've been through this process many times before, but just to state some of the obvious items, this pattern plan really comes about and is mandated by the pattern book. Pattern book has a variety of standards as it relates to driveway widths, trail widths, the types of villages and development that should occur. And what this does is simply implement that general vision for Welland Park itself. So as I stated earlier, Village I is located at the very southwest corner of the incorporated part of Welland Park. Last year, we walked through Village J. And this is located directly west and across from Prado Boulevard from Village J. It makes up about 925 acres. Once we started to do some of the land planning as it relates to the detailed work associated with the site, when you account for wetlands, when you account for the roadways like Manistota Beach Road and Prado Boulevard, and you subtract that from the general land area, you're left with about 897 acres. The thought process behind Village I is that it'll be consist of 4 residential neighborhoods, 1 mixed-use node, which is located at the corner of Manistota Beach Road and Prado Boulevard, and 1 mixed-use residential neighborhood, which is located directly in the center of this village. And that'll consist of a neighborhood amenity, maybe some general office space, a gym, a clubhouse, potentially a restaurant, if they so please. But it would not be open to the general public, and that's really the differentiator between the MURN and the MU that you see in the top right, which is more focused towards external, general public type of commercial services. Summarizing, though, as far as the development rights associated and incorporated within this plan, we have about 2,179 dwelling units planned, 37,500 square feet of commercial, and 12,500 square feet of office space. Here is just a conceptual rendering. It's included within your packet of what development could look like here at Village I. You can see a lot of attention to detail was given to the wetlands on the site. There are quite a few, and providing them the generous width and design around them is really key to preserving them in perpetuity. The village development pattern book itself, and implemented through this pattern plan, you can see a lot of the landscaping and street trees that are incorporated into this plan as well. focused on that northeast corner, that mixed-use node. This is an example of what mixed use could look like. Combination of commercial space and office space is envisioned, and utilizing the space effectively to create some sort of a destination for commercial retail is the intent. As far as the mixed-use residential node located to the interior of the site, this is what's envisioned as far as an amenity center is concerned. Some park space, perhaps some pickleball courts, a soccer field, a few playgrounds, some amenitized stormwater walking trails, that sort of thing, as well as an amenity center that would incorporate a gym or a pool. In summary, you'll find this inside the pattern book or the pattern plan as well, but this is just a breakdown of all of the density limitations, floor area ratios, a sort of acreage breakdown of the entire neighborhood. Now keep in mind that the acreage and adjusted gross acres and open space acres really relate to some of the wetlands that are incorporated into the plan. You can sort of see how the space is broken out as we begin to land plan for these areas. Just a brief review of the VDPP requirements and a summary of where we've been. We performed a site analysis. ECT was really key in identifying all of the natural habitats and wetlands in this site in Village I. We moved from the site analysis to a neighborhood workshop or public input session where folks were able to come and view our site analysis. We then moved to a preliminary step where folks, once again, were able to see some of the preliminary planning that occurred. Finally, a proposed step. And once again, one more workshop occurred. And then finally, this is where we are today at first reading of the final VDPP that we hope that you find amenable. And this is all consistent with the ULDC and the pattern plan process that's described both by the comp plan and the land development. Lastly, just want to hit on Welland Park's overarching community goals and providing a range of different housing types. It was mentioned earlier about workforce housing, that sort of thing. Providing different housing types will always play a key factor in providing that. Open space is a key element, as we saw in the plan here today. There's quite a bit of wetland and park space provided. Those trails are always going to be key as it relates to both multimodal transportation and connectivity. Environmentally responsible. We're really proud of how this pattern plan was shaped and the kind of attention to detail as it relates to wetlands. And then finally, a mix of uses, both through the mixed use nodes, the mixed use residential node, as well as the general residential neighborhoods. And with that, I'll open up to questions unless we'd like to move to staff. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, thanks again for your time today.
Thank you. Okay, staff. State your name and that you've been sworn, please.
For the record, Noah Fossick, Planning and Zoning Division, I have been sworn. Village I is located in the southwest corner of the Welland Park area, bounded by the city's municipal boundaries to the south and west, by the future Minnesota Beach Road to the north and Prado Boulevard to the east. The proposed layout of Village I shows generally one mixed-use area, one mixed-use residential neighborhood, and 4 residential neighborhoods. The mixed-use area is identified as a village center on the West Village's index map, and the VDPP is proposing entitlements of 2,179 dwelling units, 37,500 square feet of commercial, and 12,500 square feet of office. On page 4 of their proposed village district pattern plan, the applicant provided a conceptual site layout, as you previously saw in the presentation as well. This conceptual site layout is intended to give a general idea of how Village I may develop. However, it does not bind the applicant to this layout per se. Another component of the proposed VDPP is a development standards table. This is found on page 7 of the proposed VDPP and shows the acreage, floor area ratio, density, permitted uses, minimum lot size, maximum structure height, and setbacks for each area within the village, that being the residential neighborhoods, the mixed-use area, and the mixed-use residential neighborhood. The mixed-use area is approximately 80 acres and allows higher density, taller structures in the largest array of permitted uses. The mixed-use residential neighborhood is approximately 52 acres and allows predominantly residential and residential support uses, such as amenity and civic centers and low-intensity commercial uses. The residential neighborhoods are approximately 765 acres and permit various residential unit types at a low to medium density. Staff has reviewed the proposed Village District Pattern Plan for consistency with the approved West Villages Pattern Book, the Unified Land Development Code, and the Comprehensive Plan. Policy 13.1 of the future land use element of the Comprehensive Plan provides the standards and requirements for villages such as maximum size, land uses, and the minimum standards for transportation and environmental concerns. The Village District Pattern Plan is required a specific planning process, including a site analysis, preliminary plan, proposed plan, and a final plan. The VDPP planning process serves as a singular waiver request for a myriad of regulations from the ULDC and the VDPP, and the VDPP is not intended to have the same regulations as the ULDC. The modifications provided in the VDPP are consistent with those recently approved with villages E, F, G, and J, including greater lot coverage, smaller setbacks, and smaller lot frontage. Ordinance 2022-07 has been reviewed and approved as to form and correctness by the city attorney and has been advertised pursuant to state and local regulations in a newspaper of general circulation on March 2nd, 2022. The Planning and Zoning Advisory Board did hear this item at their March 17th meeting and did recommend approval. Thus, staff recommends the City Commission continue this item onto a second hearing. Thank you.
Thank you. Applicant, do you have any rebuttal?
No, Mayor.
I need you to come up to the podium, please, and state your name, that you've been sworn, and that you have no rebuttal then.
Once again, Philip DiMaria, Kimley Horn, certified planner. I have been sworn and no rebuttal. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Staff, do you have any rebuttal?
Staff has no rebuttal.
Thank you, sir. Do we have any public comment, City Clerk? All right. Commissioners' questions. Commissioner White, you have the floor.
Thank you. Just some general questions. It referenced smaller lot sizes. Is there a square footage for that? And I'm sorry if I didn't find that. Is that stated anywhere, what the lot size would actually be? And are they going to be different depending on the neighborhood?
Absolutely. Thank you once again, Commissioner White. The lot sizes can all be seen starting on page 10 of the VDPP.
Thank you.
There's a single-family detached type A, and you'll see a lot area associated with that. A single-family type B, a lot area associated with that. The minimum lot width for type B, which might be what you're referring to, is 30 feet, the minimum lot width. And then we have a few attached options permitted within Village I, and those are found on page 12 and 13, 14, 15, and 16.
Okay.
I'm happy to answer any specific questions as it relates to that.
Okay, and then, yes, thank you. And then regarding the house size, it also mentioned greater lot coverage. So I'm assuming that's referring to the square footage of the house taking up the lot.
That's correct.
So what is the smallest?
The smallest lot size for a single-family home.
Well, the smallest house,
Okay.
the coverage.
Sure, that's 65% maximum.
Oh, okay. Thank you. And then I had a question about the wetlands. Am I correct? And it says 241 acres were designated for wetlands
That sounds correct.
on page 8, right? And you're conserving 231 acres because 10 acres are impacted. So does that mean those 10 acres will be mitigated, will be filled in when you say they're impacted?
Sure, that's correct, ma'am. So to the greatest extent possible, avoidance and minimization was used, and for the acres that are impacted, they're required to be mitigated on site for both the ULDC and Welland Park's Village Pattern Plan.
Okay, so they'll be mitigated on site.
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay. Thank you. And then this question goes into the open space. Are any of those wetlands part of your 10% open space?
No, those are separate and apart.
Thank you.
Open space is meant to be more so functional.
Right, okay. And then I think my last question is about civic uses. Civic, is that what you're talking about? A clubhouse or a school?
Yes, it's a little less on the nose, I suppose, in Village I, whereas in Village K, which we'll be reviewing here shortly, there are 2 school sites designated. But generally speaking, civic uses as defined by the VDPB are those community gathering spaces that
Okay.
would be similar to
that's-
that or a church.
And that's just 5% is what's required?
That's correct.
Yeah, okay.
And Commissioner, if I may, your previous question about the open space, these wetland acreage, if it is within the project area, may be counted towards open space calculation for that site development.
Oh. I thought wetlands couldn't, but,
Wetlands are included in open space calculation.
okay. And then getting back to my civic uses, that would not be the restaurants that you talked about?
That's correct.
Or it could be a restaurant?
No.
No, okay, all right. All right, I think that's it. Thank you.
Commissioner McDowell.
Yes, Mayor. I have a few questions, and at this time, I guess I need to first ask the city clerk. Scrivener errors, I know, are supposed to be sent to the city manager prior to the meeting. I was reviewing these 2 documents last evening, and I found a few Scrivener errors. Do I mention them now, or do I send them an email?
I am not sure the answer to that question. I believe that was direction put out by the city manager's office for that policy, was it not? I'd have to look up the policy, but I'm not sure.
That was done by us, but I have no objection of her bringing them forward at this point, so
Yeah,
they're captured.
I found a couple in the ordinance that I had previously emailed that I assume will fix for second reading, but reading the actual plan, I found a few. So, Mayor, if I may proceed, I'll just go through my tabs real quick. When I look on page 2, the index site map, according to the index map, Village I shows 925 acres. But according to this VDPP, it shows 898 acres. So are we supposed to be changing the village index map to match this?
The village index, or the West Villages index map will be updated accordingly at their next major impact. There's, and maybe it'd be better for the applicant to speak to this, but there will be few additional changes coming forward that will necessitate a change to this index map, and under that, they will do all the changes at once. So it will be in the near future, but not necessarily with this ordinance.
My understanding, this ordinance matches the index map. They're married. And
Yes.
one is inaccurate now, so I'm concerned about that.
Yes, understood. And these have been noted by staff, and there will be a forthcoming index map amendment to correct the discrepancy. But that will be done at a time so that they can coordinate several changes that would need to be made to the index map instead of solely for this village, the correct acreage. These acreages, when they created the index map initially, were more generalized and not based on surveys. And now with this index, with this pattern plan, they have now surveyed the village, so they have a more accurate acreage. So that's why there's a difference in numbers.
Okay. If you go to page 18 and then flip over to page 56. This is a common one with me when we have these VDPPs in front of us. It says here at the third bullet point on page 18, it may include trees and landscapings in the median and frontage. But on 56, it says that they will be provided. And I'm wondering, why is the language not match?
Yes, Commissioner, the regulations in 1.951 on page 56 are for site development for sites that abut a major roadway, while on page 16 in figure 4, the boulevard example, that is actually the right-of-way itself and the requirements of its landscaping. So they're two different requirements. One is site development for sites that abut a major roadway, and one is for the roadway itself.
But right away is the road and the median and stuff.
Correct, yes.
Okay. So may include trees and landscaping in a median and public frontages. That's what it says on page 18.
Yes.
So say it again as to what you're saying is.
Yes, so page 18, the boulevard example, are the requirements for landscaping within the right-of-way when a new road is constructed. The requirements on page 56 are for sites that abut a major roadway or parkway for site development landscaping. And so they would be required a certain buffer where their property abuts a major roadway. So there are two different landscaping standards. One's for the roadway itself when it's constructed, and one is for site development that happens to be along a major roadway or where it abuts a major roadway.
Okay, and I'm not trying to be difficult, but the title of page 56 says landscape requirements for major roadways and parkways. Has nothing to do with site things along the roadway.
Yes, but it is under the non-residential building criteria section.
I agree with you, Commissioner. That could be a little bit clearer in terms of where those requirements apply. Just because I understand there could be some confusion about the landscaping standards for the roadway itself, and then what abuts the roadway, how that should be landscaped.
Okay.
So they are two separate standards, but I agree the title and the language could probably be a little bit clearer.
Yeah, and when I see may be included, that then also says may not be included. And if there's street trees and there's requirements along those roads, we need to make sure that it is followed and not if you feel like it or not.
Yes, and that's the desire of the applicant if they're requesting for that to be a requirement of roadway developments. It hasn't been the standard with previous pattern plans that they would be required, but if it is Commission's direction, that can be changed.
Thank you. Moving on to page 27. And by the way, I look forward to seeing how that'll get changed in the second reading. On page 27, you guys are talking about water and wastewater. But then when you go to page 28, it has figure 13 and figure 14, which is not mentioned anywhere in the text on page 27. So if you could make that connection. All the other texts have C figure whatever. Thank you.
Thank you.
On page 39, when you're talking about transit, Scott is not as prevalent in South County as it is in North County, but we do have and rely on the county's on-demand service. On-demand is not mentioned in your transit systems, and I'm wondering if there was a reason for that.
No, although I think that there's some question as you know, I mean, things seem to be a little bit in flux. So the decision was made just to exclude mention, albeit maybe it could make some sense to include on-demand services as a
Yeah, because
paratransit choice.
this Village I is miles away from public transit.
Right.
And I don't even think, according to the map, without looking at it in great detail, I don't even think there's a SCAT bus stop unless you're going to the college. So I think on-demand would be wise to be included, but I'll leave that to you guys.
Point was well taken.
If you go to page 44, and about the third line down, it says see figures 18 through 20. However, this is one of those Scrivener errors. There's only figures 18 and 19. 20 is on your sign. It starts with your sign pictures. All right, so that is the questions I had in there, but I do have a couple questions, and I don't know if this is for you or the city attorney. In the title of the ordinance, it references West Villages. But when I look at the Village I, it says Welland Park. There's no reference to West Villages, the former name. I understand West Villages is the former name of Welland Park. But the title references West Villages, but the pattern plan does not. It says Welland Park. I'm wondering if those need to match.
I think that might be more appropriate for the city attorney. I will say that on page 1, as far as the legal and quasi-judicial and recording of the ordinance itself, on page 1, there are a couple of mentions. It's not clear like it is in most of our PowerPoints where we state that Welland Park, formerly known as West Villages, but approximately in the first paragraph, there's mention of the City of Northport's comprehensive plan and the implementation in accordance with the Village District Performance Standards, as well as pursuant to ULDC Section 53214. So I think those are at least important for the purposes of the rezoning and the adoption of the ordinance. And then closer to the bottom of the page, there's additional mention of the West Villages Review Committee, the WVID, and the pattern book itself. But that being said, I mean, I wholeheartedly agree. There is no mention, to my knowledge, of the entity formerly known as West Villages. Although now that I'm looking on page III, just before page 1, in community goals, the second paragraph does state, Village I builds off the previously approved villages within Welland Park, formerly known as West Villages. But once again, none of those are reflected in the ordinance itself. So that might be a good question for.
City Attorney, did you want to elaborate on that?
Sure, Mayor, it really could go either way. All the village district pattern plans up to this point for this area have been entitled with a parenthetical at the end, West Villages. And those references appear in our code because the code incorporates them. I'm not sure if at the time of the last adoption, the development name had changed already or not. So certainly it would be fine to call this one the village, this I or K, Village District Pattern Plan, parenthetical, Welland Park. We would need to change the title of the ordinance, and I would recommend if we do that, that we make sure that it's advertised that way before second reading.
Okay.
Thank you, City Attorney. I appreciate that. At this time, Mayor, I do have no more questions, but I do have a comment that may lead to a question. Thank you.
Commissioner Luke.
I just want to bring up the discussion about the on-demand. It's not available in your area in Welland Park at this point in time. So if you did refer to that, it would be in a futuristic type of term.
All right, Commissioner McDowell?
I just have comments at this point.
Nobody else has got any names up, so. We're in questions and discussions now, and then I'm gonna move on.
Okay, well, the only thing is that I'd like to mention is affordable and workforce housing. And it sounds like my colleagues have had similar conversations with the powers that be in the Welland Park area and with West Villages Improvement District, but we're getting close to being done with these pattern plans. And I am very concerned that our comp plan is not being followed. And it really keeps coming to light the more and more I learn about workforce housing and affordable housing, low-income housing. The comp plan says that encourage development of appropriate mix of residential land uses throughout the city to provide ability to work and play in your neighborhood. And if people can't afford to live there, but they're going to be needed to work there, and if on-demand and SCAT is not available, how are those areas going to be serviced without workforce or affordable housing? And I'm not seeing anything, and I know we have a couple more villages coming up. Maybe it's in there, but I'm seeing the clock ticking with each one of these coming through with it not being discussed. And I just wanted to put that out there, and maybe the question or follow-up will be, we will be having that conversation sooner rather than later. And it's in our purview to make sure that these kind of things are covered. So.
Understood.
John Lazinski, Senior Vice President, Welland Park. I have been sworn. The comp plan talks about variety of housing. Doesn't say affordable housing. We are providing a market rate housing across a number of spectrums. We have townhomes, we have paired villas, we have single family, lots of varying sizes. We have apartments. We're going to be bringing on other apartments. We have build for rent cottages. We have build for rent single family homes, all that have been approved in the last 12 months. We are providing a full spectrum. You know, we're not required to provide something that is at a certain percentage of the mean. Quite frankly, most of our employees live in Welland Park. Our ambassadors at our Welcome Center, most of them live in Welland Park. So we are providing it, that housing. You know, our price range, obviously the market's moved a little bit in the last 12 months with supply chain issues. Basically, it's from 200,000 for a purchase, 200,000 to approximately $1 million. That number's moving up again because of supply chain issues. But we're providing the rental opportunities for people who want to live there, work there, want to test out Northport and Welland Park. We are providing a nice cross-section of product. One of the proposals that is in right now, that actually is probably in typing for a DO, is for 200 active adult, so age-restricted apartments to be built. You know, so again, we're adding another arrow in our quiver of housing types that have not been provided for in our portion of the city so far. We continue to provide it, but if we try to do something that's just targeted to a set percentage income, we're not prepared to do that. Because quite frankly, the costs are just too great. Without some type of large government subsidy, I don't see how we can do that. And that's just being plain honest.
And that's what I appreciate. Thank you.
Okay?
Thank you for hearing my concern.
No.
And thank you for your
That's one of the
response.
reasons we're trying to have a nice cross-section of product.
Thank you.
Is that it, Commissioner McDowell?
It is, thank you.
All right, closing arguments. Staff.
Staff has no closing argument. Thank you.
Sir, applicant?
The applicant has no closing arguments. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to close this public hearing and request a motion.
Make a motion, Mayor.
Go ahead.
I'll make a motion to continue ordinance number 2022-07 for Village I District Pattern Plan to second reading, taking the conversation and Scrivener errors into consideration for second reading.
Thank you. I have a motion on the floor by Commissioner McDowell to continue ordinance number 2022-07, Village I, to a second reading to include the changing of the Scrivener errors that have been presented. And do I have a second?
I'll second, but is this second reading supposed to be on April 26th? That wasn't read in the motion, so.
My apologies. Thank you for pointing that out. And yes, that would be included. I'll
Right.
accept that change.
Thank you. Then I
Okay,
am a
and
second.
I will change that to April 26, 2022 to be included in the original motion. And do I have a second? And I have a second by Commissioner Luke. Anything to that, commissioners? Please vote. And that passes 5-0. Thank you. Moving on to ordinance number 2022-08. This is another quasi judicial hearing. And may I have a motion to have the city clerk read this ordinance by title only?
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Luke, seconded by Vice Mayor Langdon, to direct the city clerk to read the ordinance by title only. Please vote. And that passes 5-0. City clerk?
Ordinance number 2022-08, an ordinance of the City of Northport, Florida, adopting Village K, Village District Pattern Plan, West Villages for approximately 636-acre area located to the east of West Villages Parkway, to the south of future Manasota Beach Road, and to the north and west of the City of Northport city limits, amending the Unified Land Development Code, Chapter 53, Article 18, V Village, Section 53-214, to incorporate the pattern plan by reference, providing for findings, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, providing for codification, and providing an effective date. Can everyone wishing to provide testimony please stand and raise your right hand? You swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to provide is true and accurate to the best of your knowledge, so help you God. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Ex parte communications, Commissioner McDowell.
Yes, Mayor, I did have a site visit with Mr. Lozinski a couple weeks ago. It was extremely informative, and I'm grateful for his time.
Thank you. Commissioner White?
Nothing.
I have nothing. Vice Mayor?
No, sir.
And Commissioner Luke?
Same as the last agenda item. I had a tour yesterday with Mr. Lewinsky.
Thank you. City Clerk, any aggrieved parties?
There are none.
All right. Presentation by applicant, please.
Thank you once again, Mayor. A little bit of deja vu this morning. But thank you once again for having me. Once again, for the record, my name is Philip DeMaria. I'm a certified planner with Kimley Horn. With me today is Mr. Peter Van Buskirk, also with Kimley Horn, and Mr. John Lozinski of Welland Park.
Can you state that you've been sworn, please?
And I have been sworn.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. So next up is Village K, VDPP. Similar to the Village I presentation that we went through, I'll try and be a little expedient with this one. We can get to questions and comments. And I know Mr. Lozinski has a little bit to say as well, so right before we turn it over.
Lord help us. All right, thank you.
Right?
Yeah, I'm going to talk a lot.
Very similar to the last pattern book or pattern plan, Kimley Horn Associates was the lead consultant. Environmental Consulting Technology, ECT, really led a lot of the environmental wetland and what I call bugs and bunnies review and analysis. Kelly Klepper, AICP, and myself, Philip DeMaria, are the agents for the applicant, who is, of course, Minnesota Beach Ranchlands, formerly known as West Villages, now known as Welland Park, and Mr. John Lasinski. Once again, Village K also follows that same process of implementing the pattern book, which establishes the broad community framework that leads to a cohesive Welland Park. And each of these VDPPs provides specific development standards and land uses for the individual villages. Village K is located just east of Village J and south of Village G. Located here on the map, and River Road passes right through, right on the south edge of the incorporated lands within the city of Northport at Welland Park. The village plan for Village K is approximately 508 acres. It consists of 4 residential neighborhoods, 1 mixed-use node, which is located at the corner of River Road and Minnesota Beach Road over there to the northeast of the property. You'll notice a large area on the north side between the majority of the residential neighborhoods and Minnesota Beach Road, and that is the envisioned school campus. And I'm sure Mr. Lasinski would be happy to answer any questions related to that. There are 2 mixed-use residential neighborhood amenities located in this pattern plan, which you'll notice on those burnt orange colors located in the center of Village K. And then the development maximums are a little different from Village I. We have about 1,893 dwelling units envisioned for this village, 75,000 square feet of commercial, and 25,000 square feet of office. That mixed-use node is a little larger, provides some more opportunities, and its adjacency to River Road gives some additional flexibility and opportunities for commercial and office space. This conceptual rendering highlights what the plan is for this village. That red area to the northeast, once again, is that mixed-use node. A lot of sweeping, walkable trails and neighborhoods, a high level of connectivity to both Minnesota Beach Road, to the school facilities, envisioned school facilities, and to West Villages Parkway, as well as River Road. So there's a good amount of east-west connectivity, as well as north-south connectivity through this village. Those development standards for Village K are located in the table you see before you here. Those acreages are located across the top, 96 acres in the mixed-use node, 16 acres total between the residential neighborhood mixed-use areas, and then almost 400 acres within the residential neighborhoods. You'll see the adjusted gross acres, once again, reflecting the amount of open space and wetlands. Commissioner White, I know that was a question in the last one, so that includes the wetlands, and I stand corrected there. And you'll see a host of different minimum lot sizes, permitted uses. All this is pretty standard for what we're seeing across Welland Park in general, but once again, John will provide some more information as it relates to that. The mixed-use examples, this is what we're envisioning for that northeast mixed-use node. Some opportunities for our out parcels that front River Road. This is one of those front doors to Welland Park. So there's an opportunity for placemaking, as well as potentially there being an opportunity for an anchor or some sort of retail within this mixed-use node, as well as potentially some multifamily or something along those lines. For those residential neighborhood mixed-use areas, once again, these are reflecting that those amenity opportunities, providing the sort of design philosophy used in Village K, which is avoidance and minimization of the wetlands, impacting the wetlands. Once again, followed that exact same process. These 2 villages traveled together, and so there was an opportunity to consolidate some of the public input and noticing. And but once again, folks were provided, and the public was provided the opportunity to chime in on both the site analysis, preliminary, and proposed plans as we work through this process to where we are today with the final plan. Village K, just like I, implements a lot of these, if all of these community goals set forth for Welland Park and the West Villages Improvement District. And with that, I'll conclude the presentation. I do want to flip back to the conceptual plan and allow Mr. Lozinski to provide a few words, if you'll give us the time. Thank you all.
John Lozinski, Senior Vice President, Welland Park. I have Ms. Warren. Get the elephant out of this neighborhood. This neighborhood is, you can see the pond that goes in the middle, north-south, about a 30-acre lake that's going to separate two major neighborhoods. East of that will be more attainable housing, probably a mix of single-family and some type of coach home. West of that will be a product we haven't had around that 50-acre lake. That lake has been dug, substantially dug. It was part of the West Villages Improvement, West Villages Parkway extension. But around that lake, we will have homes starting in well in excess of $1 million, $1 million to $2 million. So we're going to have different housing there that we just haven't had in Welland Park up to now. And it's something we need just to have a broad spectrum of housing. To the east of the north-south lake, we'll have our trails that ties into our trail going all the way up to, from the school north to Playmore and then ultimately into downtown. The school site, school district, if you haven't heard, they are in the process of hiring architects and construction managers. The goal is to open the entire campus in August of 25. They want to start construction next spring, land development leading into construction of the high school 2 years before opening, and then the K-8 complex within 12 months of that. So they want both of them to open. That portion of Manasota Beach Road, which we've built Manasota Beach Road west of West Villages Parkway through Prado. We will be commencing construction of this portion of Manasota Beach out to River Road in the next 30-ish days. Permits in place, and we're just trying to mobilize contractors for that. So we'll have Manasota Beach Road in, and as part of that, we'll be submitting before the end of the month our trail plan going from the school north to Playmore. The initial submittal, we've already kind of had a pre-application discussion with Parks, just so we're all on the same page. We'll have a crossing at the school site. So we'll have a picture on the plan and we'll modify that once we have a detailed site plan with the school district. So we have that crossing, not in the middle of their driveways, but somewhere that makes sense for both the school complex and the regional trail complex. So this piece is kind of interesting because it starts to tie together a lot of different goals. And last but not least, the intersection at Manasota Beach Road and River Road, as well as the River Road intersection here and the Playmore intersection. I have maybe my 7th or 8th or 9th meeting with the county tomorrow on those intersections and possible River Road improvements. I just wanted to give you a little more data. So,
Thank you. Staff, you have 20 minutes.
For the record, Noah Fossack, Planning Zoning Division, I have been sworn. Ordinance 2022-08 is to adopt Village K Village District Pattern Plan. Village K is approximately 636 acres. That is including that school sites calculated into that acreage, and bounded by the city's municipal boundaries to the south, River Road to the east, by the future Manasota Beach Road to the north, and the Welland Park Boulevard to the east, West Villages Boulevard to the east, excuse me. The proposed layout of Village K shows generally 1 mixed-use area, 2 mixed-use residential neighborhoods, and 4 residential neighborhoods. The mixed-use area is identified as a village center on the West Villages Index map. The VDPP is proposing entitlements of 1,893 dwelling units, 75,000 square feet of commercial, and 25,000 square feet of office. On page 4 of their proposed village district pattern plan, the applicant provided a conceptual site layout. This conceptual site layout is intended to give a general idea of how the Village K may develop. However, it does not bind the applicant to this layout. Another component of the proposed VDPP is the development standards table found on page 7 of the proposed VDPP. This shows the acreage, floor area ratio, density, permitted uses, minimum lot size, maximum structure height, and setbacks for each area within the village. The mixed-use areas are approximately 96 acres and allow higher density, taller structures in the largest array of permitted uses. The mixed-use residential neighborhoods are approximately 16 acres combined and allow predominantly residential and residential support uses such as amenity and civic sites and low-intensity commercial uses. The residential neighborhoods are approximately 396 acres and permit various residential unit types at a low to medium density. Staff has reviewed the proposed village district pattern plan for consistency with the approved West Village's pattern book, the Unified Land Development Code, and the comprehensive plan. Policy 13.1 of the future land use element of the comprehensive plan provides the standards and requirements for villages such as maximum size, land uses, and minimum standards of transportation and environmental concerns. The village district pattern plan is required a specific planning process, including a site analysis, preliminary plan, proposed plan, and a final plan. The VDPP planning process serves as a singular waiver request for a myriad of regulations from the ULDC, and the VDPP is not intended to have the same regulations as the ULDC. The modifications provided in this VDPP are consistent with those recently approved with villages E, F, G, and J, and are similar to those proposed today with Village I, including that greater lot coverage, smaller setbacks, and smaller lot frontage. Ordinance 2022-08 has been reviewed and approved as to form and correctness by the city attorney and has been advertised pursuant to state and local regulations in a newspaper of general circulation on March 2nd. PZAB heard this item on March 17th, 2022 and recommended approval to the City Commission. Thus, staff recommends that the City Commission continue this item onto a second hearing. Thank you.
Okay. Rebuttal. Any rebuttal from applicant?
Philip DeMaria, for the record, I have been sworn and there's no rebuttal from the applicant.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Staff, rebuttal?
Staff has no rebuttal. Thank you.
Thank you. City Clerk, do we have any public comment?
We do not.
All righty. Moving on to commission questions. Commissioner McDowell, please.
Thank you, Mayor. My concerns are almost identical to the ones that I had mentioned in Village I, starting with the title block referencing West Villages instead of Welland Park. The index map is showing 659 acres, but the VDPP is saying 636 acres. I understand that that will be corrected in the future. Again, on page 18 and on page 56, page 18 says that the boulevard may include street trees, but on 56 it says the major roadways, which still is not really defined. I don't know quite what a major roadway is. I would assume it's a boulevard or an avenue, maybe a mixed-use street. It's not defined. Is saying that it will include those certain parameters. Page 27, again, the water and wastewater is not showing the figure 13 and figure 14 on page 28 inside of the text. And on demand, and to Commissioner Luke's point, I don't know if on demand is not available this deep into Welland Park. I always thought it was available to the town center right there at West Villages Parkway and 41. I think they do drop off there. So with all of those, I yield. I just wanted to make sure that those were mentioned and corrected for second reading.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner White.
Yes, and thank you for bringing up the school site, and because you answered a number of my questions. But my question is that, do you know if that's going to be only servicing the West Villages students, or will they be coming from other areas?
John Lazinski, Welland Park, I have been sworn. I believe at least initially it's going to service a larger area than just Welland Park down the road. I can't predict if it's going to serve a bigger area, but from my understanding, Venice High School has got some overcrowding issues, as I believe so is Northport High School. So we're going to have people coming into it. That's why the intersection at Minnesota Beach Road and River Road is so important to get in for busing. So they've got
Right,
to
that was
lay
my
it.
concern with the roads, with the roads feeding from West Villages, that's not a traffic problem, but
Yeah.
coming off of River Road, which is still 2 lanes at this point, is,
And it will be when the school opens.
yeah, right. Okay,
West Village Parkway, Minnesota Beach Road will be 2 lanes too at that time. Just traffic doesn't necessitate it. Traffic is at the volume right now on River Road that it should be upgraded. I know Commissioner Cutzinger, who was here a couple weeks ago, he's working hard to chase money for it. We're bringing in some people tomorrow to meet with the county to put some ideas on funding for those roadways. I think people are looking for a solution. At the worst, we'll get those intersections built before the school opens.
Yeah.
Minnesota Beach Road is one of those, is the major road here, and that is a boulevard.
right, okay, all right, thank you.
Got it? Alrighty, thank you. Closing arguments. Staff?
Staff has no closing argument. Thank you.
Applicant?
The applicant has no closing argument. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to close this public hearing and request a motion.
I move to continue ordinance number 2022-08 to second reading on April 26th of 2022.
Second.
I have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Luke to continue ordinance number 2022-08 to a second reading on April 26, 2022. And that was seconded by Vice Mayor. Anything to that, Commissioners?
The only thing that I would state is when the schools do get in place, a requirement for a right turn lane could go in and the school could pay for that.
Anything else? If not, please vote. And that passes 5-0. Thank you. We are going to be skipping over item D, moving on to resolution E, which is resolution number 2022-R-14. City Clerk, could you read this by title only?
Resolution number 2022-14, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Northport, Florida, accepting the conveyance of approximately 4.66 acres of real property located at the southwest corner of US 41 and Prado Boulevard, Lot 1, Welland Park Public Safety Complex, Sarasota County Property Appraiser Parcel Identification Number 078-101-0001, as well as improvements thereon, which include a fire station, police substation, and related equipment, accepting associated warranties and intangible property, entering an indemnity agreement for final payment to the contractor, providing for filing of documents, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing an effective date.
Thank you. City Manager, this is your item.
Yes, good morning. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this item, we do advise that you accept the conveyance of the Public Safety Center. We do also have our public safety staff here for questions, as well as Mr. John Lisinski from Welland Park to answer any questions. We do not have a presentation.
Thank you. Commission questions, Commissioner Luke?
Not really a question. This was part of the tour that I took yesterday, and oh my word, everybody is going to be totally mesmerized when they look at this building. I appreciate the developer. I appreciate the contractor who went way above in everything. It is just outstanding. So I did not want to neglect that. They bought dishes, silverware, podiums. Police department's got Fire department's got a nice podium. Police got great 2 podiums. So it's just overwhelming what that $12 million has provided. So thank you very much.
Commissioner McDowell?
I really don't have any questions. May I make comment?
No, go right ahead.
I'm just thrilled that this is built and that it's going to be conveyed to the city of Northport and that it is being paid for by the impact fees collected. Yes, the developer built it. Yes, the developer put out that money first, but the city of Northport will be paying it back based on impact fees. And I cannot wait to see this building in the next few days. So great job. Thank you very much to everybody involved.
And one last thing, I do believe we have a ribbon cutting. Is that this Friday at the safety that all are invited to attend, City Manager?
Yes, sir. You are all invited to the ribbon cutting at 2 p.m. on Friday.
Thank you. Any public comments, City Clerk? Thank you. I'm going to close this public hearing and request a motion.
I'll make a motion, Mayor,
Go right ahead.
to approve resolution number 2022-R-14 as presented.
Second.
I have a motion on the floor by Vice Mayor Langdon to approve Resolution 2022-R-14 as presented, and that was seconded by Commissioner Luke. Anything to that, Commissioners?
No, sir.
Does the fire chief or police chief want to say anything?
Please vote. And that passes 5-0. Moving on to Resolution 2022-R-16. City Clerk, can you read this by title only?
Resolution number 2022-R-16, a resolution of the City of Northport, Florida, accepting the transfer of certain wastewater infrastructure improvements related to the Force Main Extension Project in Village E of Welland Park and associated warranties, including a non-exclusive perpetual easement for access, operation and maintenance of the improvements, providing for filing of documents, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing an effective date.
Thank you. City Manager, this is your item.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So we do ask that the commission approve the transfer of the wastewater infrastructure improvements related to Village E at Welland Park. We do have our utility staff on hand to answer any questions, but we do not have a presentation.
Thank you, sir. Is there any commissioner questions?
Again, I don't have a question. I just want to thank.
Commissioner Luke, go ahead.
Thank you,
Just
sir.
seen your name, go right
Yeah,
ahead.
it takes a while to
I know,
pop
I'm
up.
just teasing. Go ahead.
Just want to thank the developer. Yes, there's payback that comes along, but it's like 10 years down the road before it's paid back. So there's no way government could produce what they have produced in the time frame that they have. They'll be paid back, but it's going to take a period of time, and I thank them for what all they are providing to the citizens of our city in that area. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. City Clerk, is there any public comment? Thank you, and I'm going to close this public hearing and request a motion.
Make a motion, Mayor,
Go ahead.
to approve resolution number 2022-R-16 as presented.
Second.
Thank you. I have a motion from Commissioner McDowell to approve resolution number 2022-R-16 as presented, and that was seconded by Vice Mayor Langdon. Anything to that, Commissioners?
No, sir.
If not, please vote. And that passes 5-0. All right, moving back to D, which is ordinance number 2022-03. Can I get a motion to direct the city clerk to read this by title only?
Mayor, maybe because this is the impact fees, and I don't know if the commission has a lot of questions, it is 11:30. Maybe we take break and take lunch now, or do you?
No, I was
No.
getting through this one and then,
Get through it.
then we can do lunch.
Yes. Thank
Throwing it
you.
out there, thank you.
Thank you. I mean, yeah, let's, where was I? Can I get a motion?
I'll make a motion, Mayor, to have the city clerk read this by title only.
Second.
I have a motion on the floor by Commissioner McDowell to read the ordinance by title only, and that is seconded by Commissioner Luke. Please vote. And that passes 5-0.
Ordinance number 2022-03, an ordinance of the City of Northport, Florida, amending the code of the City of Northport, Florida, Chapter 58, Planning and Development, Article 3, Impact Fees, and updating impact fee rate schedules for the city parks, fire rescue, law enforcement, general government, and solid waste impact fees, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, providing for codification, and providing an effective date.
Thank you. City Manager, this is your item.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this item is a continued discussion on our impact fees. We, over multiple months, multiple meetings, and multiple years, we've discussed it, and then believe today we have another discussion where we're here to answer your questions. We do have Ms. Monica Bramble joining us virtually. We also have our consultant, Mr. Carlos Villarreal from Wildan Financial Services, also joining us virtually to help answer questions. In addition to that, I do see our NDS Director, Ms. Elena Ray, who is also here in person to help us answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Commissioner Luke.
I only have one question, and I'm not sure who can answer it, but when we were talking about the transportation fees and mobility fee, we had a form that showed us how close what we were looking at was to that 100% of the 2011 study. I'm wondering what the comparison of what we're looking at today, what that looks like compared to the 2011 100% study.
And do we have Monica or our consultant online to help answer that question?
Yes, this is Monica Bramble.
Hi, this is Carlos
Hopefully you can
Vieira.
hear
Oh,
me.
sorry, go on, Monica.
Hey, and I can defer to Carlos at this time per the study to answer that question.
Hi, this is Carlos Villarreal. I don't have that information as to how it relates to the 2011 study. The impact fees that are being presented today were calculated completely from scratch, so I'm sorry, I don't have that comparison.
Okay, this is Monica Bramble. I'll come back to it. For the financial, Monica Bramble, project manager. For the financial analyst of this, I looked at our current rates, not the transportation rates, but everything else, and then compared what the new rates, and it ranged and I looked at the percentage of the increase. A few of the rates went down in general government, but the majority of the rates went up. And if we looked at all the rates, the average of the residential increase for these rates compared to 2011 was a little over 76%. And the increase for the commercial categories over the 2011 rates was an average of 467%. I hope that answers your question.
Was that to what it is now, or is that at the 100% of the 2011?
It is what it is now.
Currently, right.
Correct.
Is that all you had, Commissioner Luke?
Yeah, I was really hoping staff had this ready for the meeting. Is there some way, city manager, that staff can figure this out, maybe before we end up at the end of this discussion?
Yes, and you just want to see a direct comparison between what we're offering now to what the levels would be.
No, so that's what she just gave. Where we are currently, we're at the 75% of the 2011. But I'm wondering that 2011 at the 100%, how it would compare to what we'd be changing it to with this ordinance.
Ms. Bramble, do you know how long that would take for us to calculate that information?
I can start calculating and then just get back with you to see if we're able to do it by the time this item is completed.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Is that it?
Yes, sir.
Commissioner McDowell?
Yes. I have calculated what the 2011 study was, showing both the 75 and 100%. I also include the calculations from the March 21 proposed study, the November 21 proposed study, and today's proposed study. I am deeply concerned with the amount of money that we will be charging in impact fees to our commercial and our office users. And I focused only on commercial, only on residential, and only on office, because everything else kind of fits underneath one of those buckets. Residential, if you compared it to the 100% of the 2011 study, is going up about 50%, 50. Commercial, so using dollars, residential was at 100%, not counting the transportation impact fees, 2,928. It's going to go up to 4,348 for just residential. Commercial, using 1,000 square foot, and I know the uses are a little bit different. The 100% of the 2011 study was 1,816. It's now going to go up to about $4,200. Office space, using the office space of greater than 50,000 square feet, was about $1,000 minus the transportation impact fees at the 100%. It's now going to go up to about $5,400. That is a huge, huge increase, and I am deeply concerned. We are trying to bring businesses here. We are trying to bring commercial here. We are trying to bring these businesses to our city, and we're putting all of these things in place to make it happen. And to me, it's counterintuitive to then raise impact fees doubled, tripled, or quadrupled what we're currently charging if we were to charge the 100%. I'm really concerned about it. And then add on the mobility fees on top of it. Oh my gosh, we're going to price everybody out of here. So with that comment said, Mayor, I do have a couple of questions. In the whereas clauses, there is a whereas clause missing from when we raised impact fees on February 9th, 2021 to the 100%. That's not in here, but then we directly talk about how the state changed their laws. So I think it's important to put in the two ordinances that we had in February of 2021, raising the impact fees to 100%, and then the other ordinance in September of 2021, returning them to the 75%. The other question I have is the Parkland inventory. We are talking about possibly doing something with revitalizing Dallas White Park and Italy Avenue. There's a component being proposed of having residential in those two areas And I am curious what this will do if we remove it from our parkland with this study, because if we took the whole amount, which I know is probably not going to happen, it will considerably change our parkland inventory. Those are my concerns, Mayor. I just don't know how we're going to find a compromise with these impact fees, with raising it to these huge dollar amounts. And City Manager, if you'd like, I'll be happy to make a copy to provide my scenario that I worked up.
City Manager, do you have a response from staff for these questions, please?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. We do have NDS Director Elena Ray and maybe our Economic Development Division Manager Mel Thomas as well.
Good morning. One thing I would like to remind the commission in response to Commissioner McDowell's concerns is that staff is working on a separate item to bring to the commission for impact fee deferrals for targeted industries. So those things that the commission has identified, the commercial, the research and development, the high tech, the financial services, the medical, even the affordable housing has been mentioned as offering deferrals or waivers from the impact fees. That is a separate item that's going to be coming to you soon. We are still working on that and don't have it quite ready, but that is to address the concern that those impact fees could influence businesses to come. So we do want to provide those incentives, and we're looking at incentives that are even broader than just impact fees. So I wanted to mention that. As far as the parkland calculation, that really is a separate discussion that we will be having as we move to update our comprehensive plan. The calculations in the comprehensive plan are likely outdated. We also need to look at a more modern way of calculating parkland. Not all parkland is equal, and so we need to look at how that should be scaled as to whether parkland of certain value is given, a different, certain criteria is given different values. So those are conversations that we will be having. And I think Mr. Yarborough is also here to discuss some of these
Thank you,
concerns.
ma'am. Jason Yarborough, Assistant City Manager. Just kind of a reminder how we find ourselves in this particular situation. Our current impact fees are based on a 2011 study that's ancient. A lot has happened in the 10 years, 11 years that we find ourselves in now. For example, water control structures, construction prices have gone up 30 to 40%. You can adopt a lesser amount, but you're going to build and keep up with a lot less, whatever percentage you drop below. And that's a policy decision that is in your ballpark to consider. If you're worried about the impact to commercial and industrial, you have a tool coming that will be at your disposal to address those particular issues. It is unfortunate the situation where we find ourselves in with state law that basically says, you can do this, and then you really can't really do much more except every 4 years. And then if you want to do it more frequently than that, then you have to do a justification study or need-based study. It's unfortunate that we've kind of been painted into the box by legislative policy up in Tallahassee, but that's kind of where we find ourselves. So I know it may seem dramatic, but again, I remind you, our current impact fees are based on 2011 construction costs. And anything in this current environment compared to something over 10 years ago is going to seem dramatic. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Langdon.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a comment on an earlier activity. I, for one, would like us to avoid discussing Scribner's errors on this dais. We had agreed as a body to not do that. So I just want to put that into the record and let folks know that I will be very vocal if we use our time here to discuss those kinds of things. Couple questions for staff. Can you refresh me? I think we had this in an earlier presentation, but can you refresh me on how Northport's impact fees will compare to surrounding communities? Will we be very much above what Venice and the county and the city of Sarasota and Charlotte County are charging?
I think Monica may have that. Monica, are you there?
Yes, I do. And I would defer to Carlos, who has made those comparisons.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Monica. So using the latest report, summing the total of all impact fees, not just the fees we're assessing today, but also including things like transportation and water and sewer. The total maximum justified amount for a single family home is $13,304 for Northport. And compare that to Sarasota, their total is $10,981. So Northport's fees would be greater than theirs. Punta Gorda is $11,257. City of Venice would be $17,973. Sarasota County would be $18,435. Cape Coral would be $14,433. Manatee County would be $18,656. Charlotte County would be $9,067. DeSoto County would be the lowest among the comparison jurisdictions at $6,050. And Port St. Lucie would be $21,067.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that, Carlos. You did mention that you included transportation fees in there, and as was previously mentioned, we're proposing the implementation of impact fees instead. So would we have another what percentage over our current single-family home? And I'd also like to have those statistics for commercial as well.
Yeah, I apologize. I haven't been working on the transportation or mobility fees, so I don't know what the proposed increase
I think
would be
staff
there.
might be able to give us a swag on that, though. So
Sure,
for commercial, what does that look like, Carlos?
And I don't have a comparison for commercial at this time. I apologize.
Okay. Will the implementation, so whatever increase we approve, will the implementation of the impact fees be done in conjunction with the economic development waivers? Will they be, launched in sync with one another?
So the second reading of this ordinance wouldn't come back to you until June, and we are trying to marry those up. If we need additional time to get those incentives in place, we would let the commission know that. But we are trying to get them so that they'll coordinate.
I think that will be important. These are big jumps. I understand the need to do that. We've had conversations both in these meetings, and I know I've had conversations with staff one-on-one that when we wait 10 and 12 years to do an adjustment to our fees, we're not doing anyone any favors. And we need to get back or we need to implement a regular and systematic way of handling these adjustments, because the sticker shock of them is pretty impactful. My only concern with this, let me just sort of back up. I believe we do need to increase our impact fees. We've done no favor to the city and to our utilities department and our other departments by underestimating the incredible impact of the kind of growth we have been experiencing on our ability to stay up with it. And we can't keep operating this way and expect staff to be able to continue to deliver a high level of services to our residents. Again, I'm really requesting moving forward that we stay on top of these kinds of increases and we don't wait 12 years before we do it, because it is very, very painful. My only concern is if we move forward on the impact fees, particularly in the commercial area, without having the ability to communicate and implement our waivers for those industries that we are trying to attract here, that we could scare people away. So that's really my concern with this.
May
I think someone wants to speak.
Go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. Mel Thomas, Economic Development, for the record. To address your point, yes, we are completely and totally aware of the sticker shock and the ups and downs, and we want to stay consistent with our developers. We don't want them asking today, hey, what's today's number, as
Right.
opposed to what's next month's number. So we do want to stay away from that. So Director Ray is correct. We are trying to aim so that these two parallel items come to you with a final okay that we can implement them. And I believe the date was October, if I'm not mistaken. So with the new, now I may be mistaken, but I believe it's October 1 was what we were shooting for. I'm sorry, what? I'm sorry, what's October? Implementation of the impact fees, the deferral fees. So, to complete that thought, the thing that we have recently run into, and this has been in review with city attorney right now, economic development is all over this one, but we ran into some issues relative to things that we were also addressing by way of incentives. And it became a little bit murky for us. So we've had to fall back and regroup so that we can not only take care of incentive things that you all have directed us to do and bring into effect a deferment, totally different kinds of financial problem-solving techniques, okay? One being deferral, one being an incentive. One is just you're putting it off, right? The other is you're going to do something to make it enticing for someone, right? So, but both financial impacts. So we're trying to fall back and regroup so that we are giving a more seamless approach to a company's need. Okay, so it's not patchwork with overlapping pieces or big gaping things, big gaping things. So I know that sounds, I guess I wasn't prepared to take this particular question, but what I'm trying to tell you is what we're trying to do is to do one seamless approach to having a company come to us, regardless of the company, whether it's targeted or not targeted, whether it's in an overlay district or not in an overlay district. We're trying to make sure that we have a package of materials that we can give to them and say, you fit this, this, and this, but stay away from those and those. They're not going to give you the best bang for the buck. Same thing for our city. So we want both sides to come away feeling like we won. And that's what we're shooting for. So it's a little bit murky. We had to step back in order to fit the criteria attorney tells us we've got to do. And that's where we are with that.
Thank you.
Does that help?
Really
And I'm sorry, I know
yeah,
that was very wordy. I apologize.
that helps. One last question. And now I'm assuming that when we implement these impact fees, we are under the 25% per year implementation schedule according to state statute?
No, ma'am, not necessarily. We have gone through the process, staff has gone through the process of presenting you with a demonstrated needs study to vary from that.
Okay.
And this ordinance that's before you today makes findings to approve that study and to makes findings that there is a demonstrated need to vary from that requirement.
Right, so we've fulfilled everything we need to do in order to be able to implement this in its entirety and not stagger the implementation.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
And you do remember that that's
Yep.
what we brought to you before was to show you
that we wanted to use a geographical and a place-based incentive to do those things. Yes, targeted industry and place-based.
One last question. If I understand that with the deferral question, we will provide incentives for targeted industries to locate in certain places. If there are non-targeted industries, is there a place for them to go where they would get an incentive, or are those incentives strictly for the Camoin study identified targeted?
A business can go where it wants to go. It may or may not be able to receive incentives if it does not match the criteria the commission has set forward for them.
Right.
So that's where we've come into the deferral issue, is we want to make sure that a startup company that's targeted maybe only has 3 people in it. Do they get a deferral, or do they get an incentive, or is there some combination of those things? And we couldn't figure out how we were addressing it in the first round of deferral talks. So we had to fall back and regroup so that we could find space for those kinds of companies for their incentive kinds of packages or deferral kinds of packages. So it is complex, and I'm telling you that we're doing our best to try to make it not complex. We don't want it to be scary for people. And so if our own internal staff cannot understand it, and that's where we were, our own internal staff was having trouble with it. So we had to fall back, regroup to make it something everybody can understand and swallow.
Okay. Well, I understand I've taken this conversation
Yeah,
in
you're
an
into
area
deferral.
where
Yes.
we really
I'm
weren't
sorry.
going to be discussing that today, so I appreciate the context.
Perfect.
I yield the floor, Mayor.
Commissioner White?
Yes, Northport is booming. I mean, I can't pick up a paper or see anything that has Northport listed as the top 10 growing areas. And it's been pointed out to me many times that impact fees are a one-time opportunity. That's it. You only turn over dirt one time. And I don't understand even why we're talking about the 2011 impact fees, the comparison to 100%, because my understanding is they were never put at 100%. They weren't put at 100% in 2011. So, and historically, and the study pointed this out, that we have never set impact fees at where they should be. So to compare now something that wasn't done, it's just like someone who never takes care of their vehicle and then they take it in, and because everything is falling apart and getting annoyed with the cost. Well, you didn't pay anything along the way. This is what it's going to be. So I don't understand the point, just to be blunt, in comparing that with that study that's 11 years old. As far as the residential impact fee amount, my calculations are that would, in a 30-year mortgage, be $36 a month additional. I don't think someone's going to turn down getting a house for $36. And it's necessary. It's necessary to provide these services that are needed, and the cost of everything we know has gone up. Commercial development is very lucrative, turning over, reselling. There was just the Imagine School on Toledo Blade that it was sold, I think it was 10 years ago, for $500,000. They just resold it for $9.5 million. They're going to make that back. It's an investment, and I appreciate the conversation about the deferral, that we do have all these other options available. So in the meantime, when they didn't pay those impact fees, again, I'm not a fan even of the deferral thing, because the cost of that impact fee was based on 3 years ago when they finally end up paying it. But I'll go for it if that helps make them a little bit easier to swallow that impact fee. But in the meantime, their property is increasing in value, and they've taken in revenue, and we're getting the revenue too, the tax revenue. So we've talked about this for so long. We've had all these conversations, and it's just time to bite the bullet and to accept reality for once. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Commissioner Loop?
I'll just comment before I pose my question. I wanted to know what the difference was between the 100% of 2011 to this, because we did have it at the 100% of 2011. Didn't collect anything before the state came in, but I wanted to see where we would have been if we were doing it properly. I totally get where you're coming from, but I wanted to see if we were doing it, you know, had that in place, because actually we wanted this in place probably 2 years ago. And had we done it at that point in time, it would only be that 50% or whatever, and it wouldn't look so huge if it were actually implemented previously. So that was my question or curiosity of it. My question goes into the details, the nuts and bolts with the state law. Are we, the staff, recommending that we bite the bullet, make this the one-time, you know, adjustment, that it not be phased in, that we just bite the bullet, and then in 4 years, we're able to examine it and review again to see if it needs to be altered at that point, because the state said 4 years. I mean, if it's done that way, that's easier for us to understand the state law, because my question is, do we understand whether there can be anything phased in and it still fit within that 4-year span? That's probably city attorney.
From a legal perspective, the law does provide that you can raise impact fees every 4 years. To do it differently, you would have to go through the demonstrated needs process again. And we may or may not be able to, you know, to meet what's required for the demonstrated needs in the future. We know that if you adopt the impact fees in full without phasing them in, that in 4 years, if you get another study and meet the criteria in the statute, that you can look at raising impact fees again. We also know that you are permitted to phase them in. What we don't know is, with certainty, if you phase them in, say, over a 3-year process, say you adopt this ordinance, phasing them in over 3 years, stair-step phase in, when can you increase them next? Does that 4-year calculation, does it come from the date that you adopt the ordinance? Or does it come from that last stair step where there's an increase in year 3? So would that be that you could do it in 4 years, or would it be 7 years under that hypothetical? There are, I think, arguments for interpreting the statute either way, and maybe stronger arguments for interpreting it that it's 4 years from adoption no matter what, but we don't have any precedent on that, any case law, because the statute is so new. So a more conservative route would be to adopt them legally, would be to adopt them in full so that you have the flexibility in 4 years, but it is not a requirement.
Okay, I just wondered if anything had changed from a few months ago, because that was the report that we had. I don't want to be the test dummy. I would rather bite the bullet, make it what it is, and allow staff to deal with deferrals and incentives and stuff like that for the commercial part. The residential part is not as steep as the commercial. So I am fine with what has been presented to us, and thank staff very much for it.
Thank you. Commissioner McDowell, you have another question?
Yes, sir. I was curious, in the November 2021 presentation and study, there was an additional category called retail restaurant with drive-through. However, in this study that we are presented with today, retail restaurant with drive-through was omitted. There is a huge difference in impact fees if you have a drive-through or if you don't. And I'd like to get a better understanding, why was the drive-through removed in this study that we're seeing today?
Monica Bramble, project manager. That was removed per commission's direction at one of the workshops, that drive-through element. and the effect on that, how that was then incorporated just into the one category. I'll defer to Carlos to let you know how that calculation was done.
Yeah, absolutely. So the drive-through category, what was removed, we took a look at what drives a lot of the fees is the number of employees per 1,000 square feet. And so we took a look at the number of employees per 1,000 square feet for retail spaces and for restaurants. And so now retail would get charged under the retail rate, and the restaurant would get charged under the restaurant rate. But we removed the effect of the employees per 1,000 square feet for drive-through uses. And I should note that the drive-through, it really affects more so the transportation impact fees because they generate a whole lot of trips. And for the fee categories that we were examining here today, that the trip generation really isn't a consideration. Again, it's more the employees per 1,000 square feet. So again, we removed the employees per 1,000 square feet associated with the drive-through, and that's how it was calculated for the retail with services and the restaurant the restaurant land use category as it's shown in your fee schedule there.
I'll be honest, I don't ever remember the commission saying that we wanted the drive-through to be removed. But if that's what was done, that's what was done.
Yes. I do want to, I'm sorry, this is Mel Thomas, Economic Development. That did happen. And it was a positive on the side of those entertainment and restaurant areas. It was such a serious number because of the overhang, because of the drive-through situation. We wanted to remove that. And if you remember, it was Dairy Queen that we talked about.
Oh, I do.
And so it was.
Now that you said that,
yeah,
yes,
it's
I
always,
do remember.
So it's always Dairy Queen as an example, but there were examples like that we were trying to get at. And so that was when you all had that conversation, and it was removed, examined, and then.
Anything else, Commissioner
I'm
McDowell?
double checking. As far as the comment about the Scrivener errors, I didn't have any Scrivener errors on this particular item. I was just wondering why we did not have the whereas clauses to show us raising the impact fees to 100% and the other whereas clause reducing it because of state statute when we had to implement another ordinance. And I would like to see those whereas clauses added back in because it is part of the historical reasons why we are here where we are today. So I yield the floor, Mayor.
All right. City Clerk, do you have any public comment? All right, I have one in-house, Mr. Scott.
Here's my citizen rebuttal to item D. At some point in 2022, our seated city commission must stop yielding to the overwhelming demands of each and every city department. We need our elected commissioners accountable to us, their constituents. Any arbitrary dictates by city staff that are riddled with inquiry or try to stifle objective debate by our seated commission cannot stand. Presently, numerous city departments dominate our electeds and essentially undermine the will of the people who call Northport home. The controlled agenda by unelected city officials cannot remain the new normal. With the future of Welland Park hanging in the balance, the top-down culture of exceedingly poor judgment and a predetermined reluctance to govern in a reliable and responsible manner cannot languish any longer. The house of cards will eventually fail and perhaps collapse in on itself. We must begin the process to reclaim our city and rein in any efforts to derail inquiry, obstruct meaningful debate, or suppress the will of the people for a better quality of life. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to close this public hearing and request a motion. Commissioner
I
Luke.
move to continue ordinance number 2022-03 to second reading on June 21st of 2022, adding the extra whereas, referring to the 100% of the 2011, and then it being removed by the state preemption.
I have a motion on the floor made by Commissioner Luke to continue ordinance number 2022-03 to second reading on June 21st, 2022, adding the extra whereas clauses as discussed earlier in the meeting. Do I have a second?
Second.
And that was seconded by Commissioner Langdon. Anything to that, commissioners?
No, sir.
Please vote. And that passes 4-1 with Commissioner McDowell dissenting. Commissioner McDowell, would you like to elaborate?
Absolutely, Mayor. Thank you for the opportunity. I can't believe I had to dissent on raising impact fees. This was one of the things that I was passionate about years ago, getting them back up to at least the 100% of the 2011 study. However, the reason for my dissension is because we are talking about doing deferrals and incentives. We have been talking about this for years. We have a deferral ordinance out there already in first reading for over a year. This is too large of an increase. The incentives are basically for those targeted industries. What about those industries that want to call Northport home, that are going to be paying huge amounts of taxes and impact fees? A quick little calculation using my favorite Dollar General as a example. They're going to be paying $37,000, not counting transportation/mobility impact fees, for a 9,000 square foot facility. I could only imagine the impact fees if a office wants to come or a larger business, manufacturing business wants to come. I am so fearful that without these incentives in place prior to doing this impact fee, we are sending a wrong message to these industries. For those reasons, I dissented.
Thank you. It's 12:10. We'll go ahead and take lunch till 1 o'clock. Thank you.
Providing equipment and supplies, materials, and personnel to wherever the case may be. Understanding that no single jurisdiction can handle this all by themselves. So we have a really good working relationship amongst the cities and amongst the county, and we're constantly sharing information and resources and making sure that we're able to address all of our community needs, no matter where they are.
And I think that's the beauty of being in a municipality and a city, is that you can get some more of this individualized treatment. We have experts who know when the Myakkahatchee gets to a certain level, when we need to start being concerned, what we can do, lower, raise the levies, do some of those things. I mean, I think Northport is in some very good hands.
We're very, very fortunate to have some very, very skilled staff that know their job extremely well and have a history and understand that when you start to see things, they can take proactive. They like to stay ahead of the event. Instead of reacting to the event, they stay a step ahead of the event. So they're in a proactive posture all the time, which is really great benefit for the community itself.
Yeah. Overall, just a reminder to we're getting ready, you get ready, be safe.
Absolutely, be prepared, stay safe, and stay communicating with everybody to let them know what you're going to do, where you're going to be, and how you're going to handle it, and we'll be ready.
Expected to be another pretty active season.
Probably going to be, yes.
It only takes one.
Yes,
All right.
only one.
All right.
Yes.
Thank you, Mike.
Great.
Appreciate
Thank you.
your time.
Appreciate
Thanks
it.
for tuning in, and get ready.
This is the first 1,000 Days mural. I'm a figurative artist. That's what I like to do the most, is people. And to me, any age is wonderful to do, but something about a baby. It's about nurturing, love for the pregnant woman. For the new infant, and then as the baby grows and develops and the mother's caring for the baby. This is actually closer to 3 stories.
It's beautiful. It's so joyous, it's so fun. There is so much development that goes on in that period of time that, yes, it's vitally important that we get this out to everybody. Those first 1,000 days sets the lifetime for the child. We have such a young community, so many families within 12,000 school children. It's perfect within our community.
Being able to, have everyone come by and see it and everything, it's an honor to be able to do it, and I'm just glad we were chosen. A lot of positive, a lot of people stopping by, really seeing how it's coming along and what a great job the artist has done, more than what anyone would expect. It just looks awesome.
We hope families will enjoy the mural in Northport, its vibrant colors and the sense of possibility that it inspires. At Gulf Coast, we are so proud to sponsor the mural in Northport and to use the Haddon Memorial Endowment Fund, knowing that it is dedicated to improving the quality of life for residents in Northport.
It literally takes a whole community to raise a baby. It can be tough for families with many resources. The first 1,000 days is working to ensure equal opportunity of support and resources for all young families in our community. Really want to give a big shout out. Without the foresight of Charles and Marjorie Barancic Foundation, this wouldn't have been possible to launch First 1,000 Days. We have had robust support from other philanthropy organizations, including Sarasota Memorial Hospital Foundation, the Gulf Coast Community Foundation, the Selby Foundation, as well as Flanzer Trust and many individual donors.
All of the other businesses and organizations donating paint and supplies is just heartwarming.
We invite everyone who goes to see the mural to go home and create a sidewalk chalk mural of your own. Get out that chalk and enjoy coloring our community with the images of healthy child development.
It's a great message. That's the #1 thing, is that that's what people always keep remarking, is it is so upbeat, and it's easy to just feel the well-being and the joy, which is what they want to bring to everybody. I'm just really happy it's turned out really well.
Let's kick it. Alright, stop, collaborate and listen. Parks is back with an old invention. Whenever your pet goes number 2, it's your job to scoop the poo. Will it ever stop? Yo, I don't think so. Poop shouldn't be left to decompose. To the extreme, bag it up like a champ. Throw it away, use your part, get amped. Damn! Rush your baggie to the trash. Keep the water clean, do your part in a flash. Deadly. When bacteria goes steadily. Anything less than scoop it is a felony. Love it or leave it, you better gain weight. You better hit the bullseye, the dogs don't play. This can be a problem, but yo, we'll solve it. Check out the hook while my DJ revolves it. Don't forget to scoop. Don't forget to scoop. Yo, man, let's get out of here. Word to your pupper. Don't forget to scoop. Don't forget to scoop. Don't forget to scoop.
Hello everyone, I'm Josh Taylor with the City of Northport, and we want to tell you about some big improvements to our North Report app. It's a great tool to get a lot of information from the city, but also a great tool to give some. For instance, we're right here, we have this tree that's overhanging the roadway here, blocking this street sign. If you have our app, all you have to do is take a quick picture, it'll map it for us and send it right to the right person who will fix it. So we're going to report an issue. Look for the type of incident that it is. Tree vegetation, road obstruction. Take a photo. You can see that the tree is right in front of that sign. Click on it. Use the photo. Put a little note. Tree in front of sign. You can post anonymously or as yourself. Submit. Complete. That's simple. Goes right to all the right people. You don't have to call, figure out who you need to deal with. And then there's a list. You can come back and check. Everybody else can see that it's been submitted so they know that their neighbor's already done it. And it goes right to them.
gosh, this is gonna be great!
This is George, your city arborist for the city of Northport. Today, we're going to discuss the tree permit. I get a lot of calls about the tree permit. A lot of people are confused on how to fill it out. So I'm just going to do a quick overview of the tree permit. People ask me, why do we need a tree permit? We are 21 years in a row Tree City. We try to maintain our tree canopy. We have a 35% canopy requirement that is in the ULDC code. Tree permit is $18.75. If you're caught cutting down a tree and do not obtain a permit, you will be fined $250. The tree permit is good for a year. At the top left-hand corner of the permit, it says inspections. There's a phone number. Please call that number. It's an automated system that will set up a final inspection for the inspector to come out and close out the permit. Please have the permit posted somewhere when the tree work is being done and at the final inspection. If the paperwork is not where the inspector can find it, they will fail the inspection. You can drop off your permit at City Hall. Well, it must be dropped off. You cannot email it in. There's a drop box for small permits or the drive-through window. Okay, this has been another video of Ask the Arborist. If you have any questions, please visit the city website at cityofnorthport.com.
If you're happy and you know it, flap your wings. If you're happy and you know it, flap your wings. If you're happy and you know it, you really ought to show it. If you're happy and you know it, flap your wings.
When you're following behind large trucks, you want to make sure that you're following at a safe distance. And if you don't know that safe distance, just remember, if you can't see their mirrors, they can't see you.
We stop at about 1,000 houses a day. In order for us to complete that, and be safe, we try not to rush in between the houses. It takes us a little time. We're not trying to slow you down. We're just trying to get things up in an orderly fashion. how our trucks work, we have two different type of trucks that pick up residential garbage and recycle. We have one that's a side loader, and we have one that's a front loader. When that bucket comes out of the top of the truck and is positioned to pick up cans up front, you have probably 8-9 feet in front of you that the people behind you passing may not know about.
On a large truck, construction vehicles, etc., there's a lot of flashing lights. So just make sure their brake lights, you're paying attention to their brake lights and their blinkers so you know what they're intending to do. So you want to make sure that you're not on a double yellow line or a curve and you have good visibility for oncoming traffic so you can pass safely.
If you're too close and you go to pass, you never know what's around the corner.
When coming up to an intersection behind a large vehicle, realize that you can't pass within 100 foot of an intersection. Go through that intersection safely, following at a safe distance, and then once your lines allow you to pass, do so safely when there's not oncoming traffic.
Safety first. Don't risk your life to get somewhere sooner. All right? You're gonna hurt yourself or somebody else. Let's just keep it safe.
Hello, I'm David, and today we're doing another episode of Ask the Arborist. We've had a lot of questions come in about gopher tortoises in the city of Northport. We certainly have a lot of them, and today we're going to answer some of those questions that have been coming in. The first one is, what happens when there's a gopher tortoise on a vacant lot and a builder puts in a land clearing permit and wants to build or develop that lot? Well, when they submit a land clearing permit, myself or George Murphy, the other arborist, we go out to the land and we walk the lot for gopher tortoise burrows. This is what they look like. The gopher tortoise is a keystone species, and up to 350 different animals depend on this burrow. So the state, or the Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission, has protected the animal and its burrows. So we do our very best to make sure that these do not get disturbed. By doing so, we walk vacant lots when land clear permits get issued, to ensure that there are not any burrows. If there are burrows or gopher tortoises on that lot, we do not issue a land clear permit. What we do instead is contact the builder and let them know that they have to hire an authorized gopher tortoise agent who is certified through the Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission to relocate the tortoise that may or may not be inside that burrow. This process is a permitted process through the state or Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission, and we won't issue the permit until we've got permission from the state that that burrow has been excavated and that tortoise has been relocated. So another question we had is, where do the tortoises go once they've been relocated? The tortoises go to a permanent conservation land, which is deemed a recipient site for tortoises. It's a very happy place for them to go, and they can live out their days. Tortoises live up to 60 years, so we want to protect them and continue their species on for further generations. Morning, Northport. My name is David Jaro. I'm the city arborist. Today I'm going to show you how to measure a tree's diameter at breast height, or DBH. So you begin by measuring from the ground up at 54 inches, or 4.5 feet. So for me, that's right at my chest plate. So I can usually just walk up to a tree and put it right up. So today I'm using arbor tape. I'll show you two different ways. One with arbor tape that converts circumference to diameter, and then I'll also show you with a regular tape measure. And in this case, this tree is 21 inches diameter. Now the other method of doing this, which is probably more for typical homeowners, is everyone's got a tape measure in their garage. I got 67 inches in circumference. So now we just have to convert that to diameter. And to do that, you're going to want to pull out a calculator. Take the circumference and divide by pi, which is 3.14. So I got 67 divided by 3.14, and I got 21 inches.
Hi, I'm Josh Taylor. I'm the Public Information Officer and Communications Manager for the City of Northport, and we're joined now by our Emergency Manager, Mike Ryan.
Thank you very much. It's a privilege to be here. I'm looking forward to another, hopefully not as exciting hurricane season.
Mike is somewhat new to the city. How long have you been here?
I've been here since the end of February, so this would be my first hurricane season with the City of Northport, but come down from Hillsborough County, where I spent the last 8 years. So hurricanes are not an unfamiliar occurrence.
Lots of experience, for sure.
Yes.
But we're going to try and make this as succinct and as valuable for folks as possible.
Absolutely.
Not quick, but get bang for our buck here.
Absolutely.
So what is the city currently doing to prepare for hurricane season?
Much like individuals, we are going through our preparedness checklist. Basically what that means is we're making sure that all our supplies are in place, all of our personnel, all our staff are ready in case they need to come back to work. They have their plans in place for what they need to bring, what they need for their families. We're testing our power equipment to make sure everything is up and running, performing as it should. Making sure that we have enough supplies on hand, such as fuel, and that everybody's going through the proper training. Everybody's understanding what roles they need to play during a disaster and after the disaster. So we're doing everything that a family and individual would do to prepare just like anybody else to be ready for the worst case scenario.
So I think it's important that the community knows that we're getting ready. I'm confident that we'll be ready.
Absolutely, we will be ready.
Yeah. So that's kind of our role.
Yes.
What do individuals need to be doing out there?
What they're looking for from an individual viewpoint is be prepared to be self-sustaining. The general rule has always been for 72 hours. We'd like to push it out, especially with the occurrence of Michael and such of the larger storms, to be prepared for 4 or 5 days. You're looking at making sure you have enough food to carry you, yourself and your family for 4 or 5 days. A gallon of water per person per day is always a good thing. Have your medications with you. You want to stay in touch, so you want to have a battery-powered radio so you can stay in communications, making sure that you understand what's going on, if there's anything action you need to take, so that if you do lose power you can maintain communications. Flashlights for when it gets dark. If you have children, bring games, and for yourself, bring something to read, because it might be a while.
Yeah, and I think we've noticed more recently with COVID that people start hoarding some supplies. That can certainly happen. So now is a good time to get some of this stuff together.
Now is a good time to go out and get what you need. Now is a good time to do the planning, because you don't want to plan in the middle of a crisis, because eventually you're going to forget something. You don't have kind of checklist to go by. So do it now when there's no stress. And you can go out and take your time and get what you need. You don't have to get everything all at once. So you can kind of separate out the items that you need to get over a period of time. So it's a good thing to start doing it now.
And we know that there'll be a tax day coming up. Absolutely. Some breaks there too.
Absolutely. So take advantage of those.
Tax week. Maybe it's a whole week.
Is it? A whole week.
Yeah. Okay.
And it's one of the things that you really take advantage of. You get some really a lot of good materials for a very, very good price.
So what? For maybe, we have a lot of new residents constantly here in Northport. What can all residents expect leading up to, if a storm is threatening our area, what will that, I know they're all different,
Sure.
What will that kind of be like?
Basically what you're going to see is, of course, watching your local newscast, your favorite newscast, your weather person. They're going to kind of lay out what's going to happen in broad general terms, kind of give you an idea of what to expect in terms of the storm intensity, in terms of timing, et cetera, et cetera. From the city's viewpoint, what we're going to do is provide additional information, some detailed information. If we're opening evacuation centers, where are those going to be located? We're going to close down any government operations. You know, when is that going to occur? We'll provide you information for non-emergency information. If you want to report a tree down or something going on in your neighborhood, it's not an emergency, but you want to call it in so it can be addressed, we'll provide you with numbers for that. So we'll keep you informed on the details of what's going on, but also let you know what's going to happen, what you can expect.
Yeah, and we're in a much different world these days. The city, not necessarily as reliant on other third parties to get that information out. You know, all of our social media, all of these channels, you know, very powerful tools. Our city app, the North Report, you can download that in your app store. It's a great way we can send push notifications. We also have the emergency alert Sarasota County.
Yes.
So, I mean, there's plenty of it. You just need to get connected a little bit.
Yes, and one of the things that we always tell our residents is to, a lot of times there's going to be a period of time where we may not have any communications for an extended period of time. It may happen. This is why it's always good to let others know what your plan is. If you have a plan, share it. Let them know where you're going to be, what you plan on doing, so at least they have some idea. So there's not a frantic call. They know you're safe. They know you're okay. You told them ahead of time what you're going to be doing, what they can expect, especially if they lose communications, where you're going to be. So again, planning out ahead of time and letting them know if you do lose communications, this is what we're going to be doing at that time.
That's a good tip.
Yeah.
Evacuation centers.
Yes.
What is that going to be like?
Evacuation centers are not some place that you would make reservations for. In other words, it's going to be very austere. It's going to be very basic. It is, just like the term sounds, it's an evacuation center. This is where we bring people in to get them out of harm's way. That's the sole purpose. It's going to be very austere, very bare bones. There's going to be sheltering and protection from the elements, basic food, water, but not much more than that.
Yeah, so you need to bring some of those items. Don't just show up.
Don't show up and you know, don't plan on making dinner reservations. You're not going to be served anything, and so whatever you could bring with you, just like in your emergency kit, bring that with you.
And it's important. Sarasota County operates those for us.
Yes.
A lot of those locations are here in Northport because we're away from the coast.
Correct. Yes.
And most of them have now, if not all of them, have become pet friendly.
Yes.
And that's a big deal for folks.
Absolutely. And I don't know, for our family, our pets are our family.
Sure.
We treat them just like any other member of the family. We make sure we have their papers, we make sure we have their food, make sure we have a place for them to stay, because they're going to be separate. They're not going to be with the families within the shelter themselves. They're going to put in another safe area. Just because within the shelter itself, we might have people who might have allergies to pets. So we want to keep them safe, but be prepared to take care of them. Be prepared to go take a look on them every now and then, but be prepared with them just like you would any other member of the family.
Yeah. And in years past, it used to be only certain ones were pet friendly, but now pretty much, and they knew that that was keeping people from going and getting out of harm's way.
Yes,
so.
and we understand that, like I said, pets are a very, very important part, and so we want to make sure that we're accommodating them as well.
As far as COVID's changed a lot of things in our lives, I can imagine in a evacuation center, it's, you know, how do you balance that?
Yeah, one of the things that we've had to do over the last year is kind of provide more spacing between groups. In other words, you come in with a family, you're kind of be generally located with your family, but you'll be a little bit more distance separated from other families. The difference is, a lot of times now, there's not a lot of mingling. In other words, you don't see people walking around talking to each other. They kind of stay within their groups just to maintain that social distancing, just to make sure that everybody's safe, staying healthy, but they're out of harm's way. But again, it's a little bit more limited in terms of the actual social interaction.
Lots of options for shelters here in Northport. How do people know where to go?
Basically, what we will do is we will let you know what shelters are open. And as you stated before, we have several options. However, when a storm comes along, that doesn't necessarily mean that all the shelters are open. We will let our residents know what shelters are open, when they are going to open, and when they can report to those shelters. So pay very, very close attention to the shelters that are going to be open, because even though we have shelters available, doesn't necessarily mean that they're all open for every storm.
And again, we'll have a lot of that information. What we've done in Northport is anytime there's an event, whether it's COVID or a storm, we have our alerts page. It's a button that's on our city app, North Report. I'm going to keep plugging that. Or if you just go to cityofnorthport.com/alerts, we'll have all the latest info. We're sitting there 24/7, when these types of events happen, to make sure that that's all in one spot. Everybody can find it every time. It's not some new website.
Yeah, it's a great resource. It's updated real time, so you get the latest information that you need to know.
A lot of people want to know, storm happens, I'm in a shelter, when can I leave?
A lot of times, of course, you're not being held within the shelter, but what we'll do is we'll advise you, or the shelter staff will let you know when it's safe to go back outside. Just because the storm has passed does not necessarily mean that it's safe to venture outdoors, depending on how much damage the storm has done to the area. A lot of times what we'll do, we'll have crews in the area. If there's unsafe areas, we'll let you know what those are. Like you might have power downs or roads blocked or flooding. But we will let you know, let the residents of the shelter evacuation center know when it's safe to go back out and venture back to their homes or in their general area.
And I'm sure that we've made this mistake already a couple times in this interview, because it's just old habits. Shelter, center, center, shelter. Why? It was a change that was made maybe 2 years ago.
Yes.
Why?
Basically, it's actually more literal in terms of terminology. The evacuation center is literally that, an evacuation center. It's only supposed to be open for 1, 2, maybe 3 days, and then go back to its original purpose, as compared to a shelter, which is more long-term for those individuals who cannot return home, maybe to damage or whatever the case may be. Sheltering is more of a long-term. Evacuation center is short-term.
Yeah. So we apologize for just old habits, years and years of reporting and working in government. I mean, it's just it's hard to get over, but we're doing the best we can. Unfortunately, a storm hits our area. Various ranges of damage. What can we expect here in Northport?
What we're going to do is we have teams ready. As soon as the storm passes, we have teams strategically located throughout the city that as soon as the storm passes, they go out into the community and they start looking what we call a damage assessment. They start going out through the different neighborhoods, going down the major roadways, the secondary roadways. They start seeing where the damage has occurred, how much damage has occurred, what type of actions will we need to take in terms of how long, if there's a power outage, how long do we think it's going to be. Just kind of getting a big picture of what's going on and making sure that when we relay that information to our community, that we're giving the most accurate information at that time to let them know what areas they can go into, what areas they should stay away from. But we're going to try to make it as safe as possible so that our community can get back to their homes.
And probably the most difficult part with that, we've been fortunate with many storms that we haven't completely lost communication, but it's certainly possible. Cell towers down, internet's out, no power. How would we get the message out? What do you envision there?
A lot of times it's going to be a mix of whatever's working at that time. Sometimes you might have a social media platform up there, or sometimes very barely a cell, sometimes a text. There's always a weather radio that we can do in terms of getting notifications out through the weather service itself. They kind of help us out. There's different ways to try to access different communication types. It's just a matter of what's available for us internally. A lot of times we'll use a ham radio. For when all other communications are gone, we're able to communicate amongst ourselves, and then if need be, do face-to-face communications and let them know, do the old-fashioned way.
Yeah, we might even have to go to neighborhoods to post information.
Yes.
Or create a place where people can come physically get more info.
Absolutely.
And I know in some recent storms, cell phone companies have been able to bring in some mobile units, some more successful than others in that realm.
Yes, and they're called cows, for lack of a better term. That's what they use, but they will bring them in. We've had pretty good success when they're able to get, but it's also dependent upon where the storm is, how big it is, how much damage it's done, and how much geographical area it has covered. and our accessibility to those units to bring them in.
So I'm gonna put you on the spot here. Cell.
Communications on wheels.
Oh, I didn't even have the first letter right. Okay, great. And I mean, some good news is that Northport, we have our own emergency manager. We have our own operations center that will kind of man in here in City Hall.
Yes.
But we're not alone. How does our relationship work with other nearby agencies?
We work very, very well, especially with the county. We have constant communications between the county emergency operations center, our emergency operations center, and also municipalities also have their emergency operations centers. We're in constant contact before, during, and after the event. What we do is we all like to be on the same page. We all like to know what kind of experiences are going on in other areas outside of us that may impact us, and we also let them know what's going on here that may impact them. We share resources constantly, whether it's before the storm or after the storm. We're constantly communicating, providing equipment and supplies, materials, and personnel to wherever the case may be. Understanding that no single jurisdiction can handle this all by themselves. So we have a really good working relationship amongst the cities and amongst the county, and we're constantly sharing information and resources and making sure that we're able to address all of our community needs, no matter where they are.
And I think that's the beauty of being in a municipality and a city, is that you can get some more of this individualized treatment. We have experts who know when the Myakkahatchee gets to a certain level, when we need to start being concerned, what we can do, raise the levees, do some of those things. I mean, I think Northport is in some very good hands.
We're very, very fortunate to have some very, very skilled staff that know their job extremely well and have a history and understand that when they start to see things, they can take proactive. They like to stay ahead of the event. Instead of reacting to the event, they stay a step ahead of the event. So they're in a proactive posture all the time, which is really great benefit for the community itself.
Yeah. Overall, just a reminder to we're getting ready, you get ready, be safe.
Absolutely, be prepared, stay safe, and stay communicating with everybody to let them know what you're going to do, where you're going to be, and how you're going to handle it, and we'll be ready.
Expected to be another pretty active season.
Probably going to be, yes.
It only takes one.
Yes, only one.
All right.
Yes.
Thank you, Mike.
Great.
Appreciate your time. Thanks for tuning in, and get ready.
This is the first 1,000 Days mural. I'm a figurative artist. That's what I like to do the most, is people. And to me, any age is wonderful to do, but something about a baby. It's about nurturing, love for the pregnant woman. For the new infant, and then as the baby grows and develops and the mother's caring for the baby. This is actually closer to 3 stories.
It's beautiful. It's so joyous, it's so fun. There is so much development that goes on in that period of time that, yes, it's vitally important that we get this out to everybody. Those first 1,000 days sets the lifetime for the child. We have such a young community, so many families within 12,000 school children. It's perfect within our community.
Being able to, have everyone come by and see it and everything, it's an honor to be able to do it, and I'm just glad we were chosen. A lot of positive, a lot of people stopping by, really seeing how it's coming along and what a great job the artist has done, more than what anyone would expect. It just looks awesome.
We hope families will enjoy the mural in Northport, its vibrant colors and the sense of possibility that it inspires. At Gulf Coast, we are so proud to sponsor the mural in Northport and to use the Haddon Memorial Endowment Fund, knowing that it is dedicated to improving the quality of life for residents in Northport.
It literally takes a whole community to raise a baby. It can be tough for families with many resources. The First 1,000 Days is working to ensure equal opportunity of support and resources for all young families in our community. Really want to give a big shout out. Without the foresight of Charles and Marjorie Barancik Foundation, this wouldn't have been possible to launch First 1,000 Days. We have had robust support from other philanthropy organizations, including Sarasota Memorial Hospital Foundation, the Gulf Coast Community Foundation, the Selby Foundation, as well as Flanzer Trust and many individual donors.
All of the other businesses and organizations donating paint and supplies is just heartwarming.
We invite everyone who goes to see the mural to go home and create a sidewalk chalk mural of your own. Get out that chalk and enjoy coloring our community with the images of healthy child development.
It's a great message. That's the number one thing, is that that's what people always keep remarking, is it is so upbeat, and it's, you know, it's easy to just feel the well-being and the joy, which is what, you know, they want to bring to everybody. I'm just really happy it's turned out really well.
You have a quorum.
One o'clock, we're back in session. Everybody's here from before. Commissioner Luke is right around the corner coming in, so we're all back and present. We are moving on to item H, which is Resolution 2022-R-25. City Clerk, can you read this by title only?
Resolution number 2022-R-25, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Northport, Florida, directing the city manager to temporarily market Activity Center 1 Mediterranean as Activity Center 1 Trailside, Activity Center 4 Panacea as Activity Center 4 Innovation Park, Activity Center 5 Midway as Activity Center 5 The Crossings, Activity Center 6, The Shire, as Activity Center 6, Yorkshire. Activity Center 7, The Springs, as Activity Center 7, Warm Mineral Springs. And Activity Center 8, The Gardens, as Activity Center 8, Mayaca Connection. Providing for duration, providing for incorporation of recitals, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing an effective date.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mayor, can I ask you a question, please, sir?
Okay.
What did we do with G?
You missed it.
Thought we did G.
Nope.
Okay, then we will go, well, can we do H and then go back to G, city clerk?
Yes, you can.
Okay, so let's do H and then go back to G. My apologies. I had an X through it, so I thought we had done it.
You want a motion to do that?
That's why I asked her.
Okay, I'll make a motion that we hear H before G.
Have a motion on the floor to hear item H and then go back to item G.
Second.
That was made by Commissioner Luke and that was seconded by Commissioner McDowell. Please vote. Again, my apologies.
Easy fix.
And that passes 5-0. All right. We are on to commission questions for item H. Get my screen back. I do not have anybody with questions at this point. I'm sorry you took too long. Go ahead, Vice Mayor, since your name just popped up there.
Thank you. It says to temporarily market. Why temporarily?
Randy Bowling, Market Research Analyst for the Economic Development Division. The temporary status of the name change is because the actual formal adoption of the new names will be done during the ULDC rewrite. And so this is a way the resolution is set to expire. That way we don't have two standing documents that differ.
Great, thank you. That's my only question.
Okay, I see no other inquiries. I'm going, we got any public comment online? Okay, I'm going to close this public hearing and request a motion.
I move to approve resolution number 2022-R-25 as presented.
Second.
I have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Luke to approve resolution number 2022-R-25 as presented, and that was seconded by Vice Mayor Langdon. Anything to that, commissioners?
No, sir.
Please vote. All right, and that passes 5-0. Yeah, the reason I did that, I knew that'd be quick. I just wanted to jump out back from lunch.
It
Okay.
was your plan all along.
All right, heading back to G, resolution 2022-R-22. City Clerk, can you read this one by title only?
Resolution number 2022-R-22, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Northport, Florida, amending City Commission Policy Number 2021-04 related to commission minutes and records, providing for incorporation of recitals, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing an effective date.
Thank you. City Clerk, this is your item.
Yes, hold on, let me go.
Change chairs, please.
Now she's the clerk.
The Florida Sunshine Law and the Florida Attorney General opinion regarding reviewing and revising draft City Commission meeting minutes, and advised that the meeting minutes must be revised on the record. It's according to this, we are authorized to circulate the draft minutes to board members for concurrence and suggested corrections prior to placement on an upcoming agenda. However, if there are any revisions to the minutes, the board must vote on the revisions with discussion. Revised minutes cannot be approved on the consent agenda. And the attached policy was revised to incorporate this opinion.
Is that all you have?
That's all that.
Thank you, ma'am. Commissioner Luke, please.
I don't have a question. I see Assistant Attorney is looking at me because I voiced very strongly in the one-on-one that the way we've been doing it, this is nuts. I mean, because no minutes will ever be on consent agenda again. I was hoping when I read through the Attorney General's stance or opinion that he talked about minutes. But he didn't talk about minutes, he talked about draft minutes. So the process that we go through, there is probably changes in every single minute, which would mean that it has to come before us on this dais to see if we agree with those changes or not. The clerk has already got a system where she does. I mean, she reviews it. Yes, it can be made, no, it can't, and then sends it back out to us. But that's not good enough for the Attorney General. It needs to be done here. And then I notice also in the opinion from our legal office that even if there are no revisions, that the minutes need to be on the agenda also. Says the last sentence of the second paragraph in summary, a vote to approve draft minutes is required even where no revisions to the minutes are made. So we are really looking at doing this in a really different manner. And I got to tell you, I was really bothered by this until I started thinking about the umpteen other boards that I sit on or have sat on. And there is always a discussion to approve the minutes separately. Even they do the minutes more so than the budget in a lot of the boards that I sit on. So now I'm having an understanding to the other boards I sit on why they do it the way they do it. So I have come to the realization that I'm going to have to accept what this is, and it means our meetings are going to be longer. And that is something I didn't really want to swallow. But we live in Florida. We do everything different. So that's all I got to say is Jill is being amenable to what it needs to be. Thank you.
Commissioner McDowell.
The only thing that I see here, and I know the clerk is very good about giving us about a week to review minutes. But if we are to review minutes, sometimes they're in the evening meetings, sometimes they're in the day meetings, we may run into a problem where we're discussing minutes for a while. And I don't know if we need to give everybody the week and make sure they're on during the day meeting. That way then we have enough time to get other business accomplished as opposed to just in the evening meeting, because it'll fall under discussion and possible action. Is that where it's intended to go?
Amended draft minutes would have to go under general business.
Okay. So if there's a change to minutes, what information goes in the backup material then?
I would place everything that is in the discussion, the recommendation for the change, whether I've reviewed it and I agree with that change. If I do not, why? All the required information, all the needed information to make a decision.
Okay, so it's not just the minutes without any further back and forth.
No, I would include everything in there, and then it would be up to the board to discuss those changes and see if they agree on them or not.
I don't know if we want to just focus on doing minutes during the morning, the Thursday morning meeting as opposed to having them on both. I don't know if that's going to put a cog in getting minutes done in a timely manner. I just throwing it out there.
Let me ask a question on top of that, though, on clarifying this. Wouldn't those minutes have to be brought to the next available meeting to accept the prior meeting's minutes?
No, they would get approved as amended if we do amend something on them.
So they can be brought up at any time in the future?
We present them as soon as we get them done.
No,
We present them
I
at the
understand
next
that,
meeting.
but
But they don't
normal-
have to. They're not required to.
Okay, because a lot of the other boards and stuff that I had sat on, we were approving the minutes from the past meeting going forward. This way, they were right there and as of now, not as of 6 months from now. So, I mean, that might be something you want to look into too. I'm sorry, Commissioner McDowell, but I wanted to get clarified on that. You still have the floor.
I just wanted to make sure to help save time, because I know when I do my minute amended, when I do my corrections to the minutes, I always try to include where it was in the meeting, the timestamp, so that it makes it easy on the clerk to be able to go back and listen to it. And I just wanted to make sure that that was going to be part of the backup material.
Yes, we'd include that.
I like leaving the how to form that backup to the clerk. This is really throwing something different on that office. It really, truly is. So I would like to see her formulate how she wants to do the backup. And hopefully we can, by viewing the backup, just say minutes are approved as amended and you're done with it.
Right.
Hopefully. I think the process that we do currently, I mean,
It's
if
easy
somebody
peasy.
wants to talk about it, but again, it is that Florida sunshine where they want the availability for the citizen to speak to it. And by doing it this way, it avails it more openly for them. So, but I'd like the clerk to come up with her own formation of backup material.
Okay.
To your point, Commissioner Luke, the public can still weigh in on the minutes. They see the minutes in the backup material, and they can always chime in on the minutes that were in the backup material. And I agree, this is going to be a little bit cumbersome as we move forward and get accustomed to it.
I thought about that, and yes, they can, but they can't really speak to it unless it's pulled, and they don't have the right to pull it. So if they have found something in there that is an error, they don't have, I mean, they can speak to it in general business, but they don't have the right to pull a consent agenda item to speak to it. So I thought in that direction. I was fighting to keep it the way it was, but I just got blown out of the water.
All right, there's no other further conversations. Is there any public comment on this, City Clerk? I'm going to close this public hearing and request a motion.
I move to approve resolution number 2022-R-22 as presented.
Second.
I have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Luke to approve resolution number 2022-R-22 as presented, and that was seconded by Vice Mayor Langdon. Anything to that, Commissioners?
I just didn't put it in the motion that the city clerk have the right to do the backup, but this is her agenda, so I don't think I need to state that.
I don't think you need to. I think she fully understands her duties as the clerk. Please vote. And that passes 5-0. Okay, moving forward, we're going to skip over H, just to let you know, and then move on to I. Resolution number 2022-R-17. And City Clerk, can you read this by title only?
Resolution number 2022-R-17, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Northport, Florida, amending the non-district budget for fiscal year 2021-2022 for an additional Planner 3 full-time equivalent in the amount of $46,832 providing for findings, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing an effective date.
Thank you. City Manager, this is your item, sir.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this item is one of a few items that are mid-year budget adjustments for staffing that we have analyzed and determined would be helpful for us to move forward as we handle the second part of our fiscal year. This particular item is amending the budget for an additional Planner 3 in our NDS Department and Planning Division based on the direction and leadership of Elena Ray, our new NDS Director. We are requesting for one new Planner 3 full-time position. This position would be able to help us with the increased workload of permitting that we all know and have discussed in great length over the last few months. But as we analyze the staffing that we need in order to make sure that we can meet the moment of our developers in our community, as well as some of the other items that we've talked about, whether it was our one-stop shop service center, this person would join that team and be available to help us ensure that we can provide services as necessary based on our growth. I'm here to answer any questions. Director Elena Ray is also here if you have any questions on our behalf. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Luke?
No question, just a recognition of the brilliancy to I through M. Absolutely love seeing this done. Mid-year new hires, utilizing the money in the budget the way it needs to be utilized. Just very proud of what this gives us and supplies to our city at a point where we're just being hammered with growth. So especially to you, City Manager, thank you.
Commissioner McDowell?
Yeah, just for clarification, did I hear you say that this Planner 3 would be part of the call center, or would they be helping with the NDS planning shortages?
So the call center itself is a part of the longer-term efforts that we are putting together to ensure the best levels of customer service for the citizens. This person is not in the call center. The call center is a part of the NDS department and what we are trying to establish as their mission. If you recall back in January 25th, I believe it was, there was a budget amendment that was done and we had discussions of funding that was allowed by the commission in order for us to not only fund the project manager, but other temporary staff. This particular person is a result, or I should say this particular position is a result of that conversation of ensuring that we have the right levels of full-time employment to service the needs of the city.
Thank you for that clarification.
Is that it, Commissioner McDowell?
Nope.
Okay. Vice Mayor Langdon?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I need to echo Commissioner Luke. I'm delighted with all of these positions. I really see that they put us on the path, sort of, I call it growing up as a city. I'm particularly delighted with two positions. One is having additional bench strength in our grants area. I think that will be money well spent. They'll all be money well spent, but I think that particularly so. And then also to our legislative analyst. I'm looking in the mirror here. I know I can do a lot better when it comes to legislative issues and trying to stay up on all of that and what the implications are for the city of Northport. And I, for one, will be very appreciative of having a little bit of help in that area. So again, thank you. I think all of these positions are the right ones, and I'm in support of them. We'll need to deal with all of them in budget, because then we'll have the full year of their assistance. So I'll yield the floor.
City Clerk, is there any public comment? There is not. All right, I'm going to close this public hearing and request a motion.
I move to approve resolution number 2022-R-17 to second reading. Wait a minute, this is a resolution. Oh, it does have to be heard twice because of what we did. To second reading on April 26th of '22.
Second.
I have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Luke to approve resolution number 2022-R-17 to second reading on April 26, 2022. And that was seconded by Commissioner Langdon. Anything to that, commissioners?
No, sir.
Vote. And that passes 5-0. Moving on to item J, resolution number 2022-R-18. City Clerk, can you read this one by title only?
Resolution number 2022-R-18, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Northport, Florida, amending the non-district budget for fiscal year 2021-2022 for 2 grants coordinator full-time equivalents in the amount of $35,110, providing for findings, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing an effective date.
Thank you. City Manager, this is your item.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This item is for the funding of 2 grant coordinator positions. And there's a few things at play here with this one request. First of all, our grant writer, Valerie, can come up, and she will come up and present to us some information on it. But when we look at the grants that are out there, the opportunities that are out there for the city to apply for, this opportunity for us to add to our staff will allow our capacity to increase so that we will be able to further pursue and be very proactive at grants for this city. We believe that these positions will not only pay for themselves in the long runs. I know I'm preaching to the choir when I say we all understand what a significant grant in just one would mean, and having 3 people who would be proactively working towards that, I think would say a lot about the city and our effort. It would also help our departments as they have opportunities to apply for various grants in their different disciplines, but they're always challenged with how would they, manage the grant. So when the grant is applied for is really only the beginning. You didn't have the compliance of the grant, the reporting of the grant, the auditing of what you did with the grant. And sometimes you can look at that and say, it's so much that we don't have the capacity to even apply for the grant. So I think that this opportunity will open some doors. And on those doors that are open, there's multiple opportunities where normally 5 to 10% of the grant that you actually are receiving has an administrative cost in, and that cost would then also be used to be applied for some of the costs for the FTEs for us applying for these grants. I believe that us having a stronger and more robust grant process and team is only going to lead us to bigger and better things as we as a city continue to grow. I am here and happy to answer any questions, and so is our grant writer as well, if you have any questions on our behalf.
Okay, I'll tell you this, I have been pushing for this for quite a few years. So Commissioner McDowell.
Yeah, I agree. We need more grant writers. They have proven to be worth their weight in gold. The only concern I have is why do you need 2 coordinators?
You mean I'm sorry, were you done? Yes. So the purpose of using 2 coordinators, and Val, I'll let you speak to the details of it, but the coordinators would be underneath our grant writer, so they're coordinators for the various disciplines of grants. If you look at the volume of the departments that we have, you really need to be able to service them in a way that takes the grant from the beginning to the end. So if you have an increase in volume of those particular grants, you really do need a stronger amount of people. And Val, I'll stop talking because I know you have a better answer.
I have had a PowerPoint, just in case if you wanted to see a presentation today, but if somebody can pop up the screen here. This is the proposed grants division. And so right now with our process, when we get a grant, you see it on the grants on commission today, we have a kickoff meeting with the departments. The departments take over the management of those grants. This proposal is to keep the grants management in-house instead of turning all the grant paperwork over to the departments. So here we have proposed for a grants division manager, and that person would handle the oversight policy and then all the special grant projects such as ARPA, the disaster funds. those grants that don't really have a home with just one department. They span the entire city. And then we would have 2 grant writer coordinators, one for utilities, police, and others, such as social services, and another one for public works, fire, and parks. So they would be specialized in those areas.
Well, that's extremely helpful, thank you. So I heard and I saw in the backup material that the management and oversight would transfer from the department to you. But if the department is responsible for doing the job that the grant was awarded for, how will you or the coordinator be able to make sure things are done at the targeted times if everything is turned over to you instead of keeping it within the department? The department knows where they are. How?
So what would happen is we would still have that grant kickoff meeting. So once the grant's awarded, we would have that kickoff meeting. That's when the coordination starts. So the department's responsible for managing the project. That's their key part of it. It would be our responsibility for handling the grant. So that's your paperwork, that's your reimbursement requests, that's your proof of payments, any timeline changes, any of those types of things. So communication's key. We would have access to the accounts to view what kind of transactions have occurred, so that way we're reimbursing on time and accurately and everything too. So it's a coordination process.
That it, Commissioner?
Yeah.
Commissioner Luke.
I think this is vitally necessary, and I think splitting of the responsibilities the way that you just described is excellent. It allows the worker bee to do what they do best, that's the project, and you guys to do what's best, and that's the oversight of the grant. I know I send a lot of emails to Miss Val with grants and FEMA and various things. We not too long ago approved something like the ear. I had heard in a meeting that I was with Congressman Stubbe's office, forwarded to her, and that's how she found out they were open and able to do it again. She probably would never have known that that opportunity was there had I not fed that info to her. But if she's got these coordinators who can work federal, who can work state, who can handle the one police, one fire, it sets that department up so much better to accomplish the most for our city. So I'm behind this 100%. It's great.
Commissioner White.
Yes, I too fully support this, and I understand why it's necessary. As teacher, I went through my fair share of grants, and also my fair share of grants I didn't apply for because the follow-up was so involved that I just said, forget it, I'll just pay for it myself rather than going through all of that, because it does take a lot of effort. And like you said, if you don't follow the stipulations when they say that this is what they want as for reporting, it could put you in jeopardy for applying for further grants if you don't fulfill their requirements. So definitely is needed, and this is one of those instances where I don't want to be penny wise and pound foolish with this. I mean, it's definitely worth the investment. So thanks for bringing this forward.
Okay, City Clerk, is there any public comment? Okay, I'm going to close this public hearing and request a motion.
I'll make a motion, Mayor.
Go ahead.
I move to approve resolution number 2022-R-18 to second reading on April 26th.
Second.
I have a motion on the floor by Vice Mayor Langdon to approve resolution number 2022-R-18 to second reading on April 26, 2022. And that was seconded by Commissioner Luke. Anything to that, Commissioners?
No, sir.
Please vote. And that passes 5-0. Okay, moving on to item K, resolution number 22-R-19 R-19. City Clerk, can you read this by title only?
Resolution number 2022-R-19, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Northport, Florida, amending the non-district budget for fiscal year 2021-22 for project manager full-time equivalent in the amount of $60,585, providing for findings, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing an effective date.
Thank you. City Manager, this is your item.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This position request for a project manager would be our second project manager on staff. The original project manager role was vacated by one Mr. Derek Applegate, who was promoted to the assistant NDS director many months ago, and I believe it was before I even got here. We have just now been successful in backfilling that role, which he was still lending a strong hand in making sure some project management efforts didn't fall through the cracks. The total honest answer is that based on that transition, we have had some things fall through the cracks, and we have seen a desire and a need for better project management from city staff overall, whether that's FTEs in a combination with the right technology and programs to make sure that we have the right communication pathways for the multiple parties on a particular project. But this item that we're asking for you right here, right now, this second project manager will allow for the capacity of the city to be maintained for the projects that have been in development and will still be part of our CIP projects as well as the growth in the city. Myself and other staff are here to answer any questions you may have regarding this item, sir.
So with the clicks and stuff that are going on, we couldn't just demote Mr. Appleby back and that would fix the problem?
You know, my original question was when he ascended to his promoted role, which we all, I think, would agree that he's very well qualified, there should have been an immediate effort to sort of get that role backfill. But, you know, it's just one of those things that happen. His team, Elena's team, Mr. Yarborough's and Ms. Balia's team have all been working hard to get a lot of roles backfilled. And this one is just one that we're happy to be bringing forward to you now.
I got you, sir. Commissioner Luke.
I do have one question, and forgive me that I didn't bring this forward to staff prior to. If I am remembering right, during budget last year, I thought we had added a project manager, and I believe that project manager was supposed to be split also with IT or funds coming from general and IT, I believe. Am I remembering that properly?
Yes, ma'am. There was some conversation regarding this position. We also heard some feedback during our agenda briefing. I believe that the direction was given, and Ms. Balia can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe the direction was given for us to include this role within our budget process, and we failed to put it in there during the budget process for various reasons.
For the record, Juliana Balia, Assistant City Manager. I checked this in the minutes of the commission budget meetings, and what the commission had asked for was a project manager for information and technology duties for the new software program that the building department is seeking to get. That position, it's a different name. I have the specific name of what it is called, but they have actually interviewed for that position, and that person will be starting in the next few weeks at the building department.
Okay, so they're gonna be a blend between the building and the IT then, like we were talking about in those meetings.
Primarily, it will be for building department, but yes, if the information technology department needs them, it's being funded by the building fund.
Okay.
Yeah.
All
But
right.
it's specifically to manage that new software the NDS department is getting for their permitting. Yes, ma'am.
Trust me, that I know you need a
Okay.
project manager over that, because, yeah, we've been down that path before.
Okay.
So this is backfilling what we needed, filling what was already assigned, and then putting in a new project manager, correct?
This project manager that we're discussing today is not anything to do with the building department, is not anything to do with information technology software. This is a second project manager for the city. It will be placed under the Facilities Maintenance Division budget of Public Works, and it is to help manage. We have many, many, many projects
yeah.
that are going on, city projects, to help be a project manager for construction type projects.
All right, so we will have 2 project managers plus.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
We
thank you.
successfully, I believe, on the 18th of April, I talked to Mr. Speak earlier today. We successfully found a very good candidate to fill the current vacant role of project management, which has been about a year and a half vacant. So now we will, should the commission approve this position, we'll have a second project manager for construction projects.
That's great. We have so much
Yes,
going
ma'am.
on, so many projects. Yeah, we need them. Thank you,
Okay.
ma'am. That answers my question.
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner McDowell.
Yeah, this is definitely a long time coming, and it just proves that how overwhelmed Mr. Applegate was as a project manager when he had that fully on his shoulders. And he did a really good job considering. I am sure that in probably the next year or two, we will be seeing a third project manager because of all of the things that are happening in our city. So I am glad to see this coming forward. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Langdon.
Yes, Mayor, thank you. Just a comment, seeing so many positions come forward to us as full-time permanent as opposed to temporary positions is very, very encouraging to me. And I want to compliment staff for their successful recruiting efforts. I think now that we have such strong managers in key positions, that is resonating in the talent marketplace. And we're starting to sort of see good people roll into the city. So I just want to thank staff very much for those efforts. Thank you.
All right. City Clerk, is there any public comment? I'm going to close this public hearing and request a motion.
Make a motion, Mayor.
Go ahead.
Make sure I'm looking at the right one, sorry.
City manager has his light, well, it went off.
It's not on my screen. Did you need to say something, sir?
Yes, sir. I hit it too many times. I'm sorry. Just to add on to what Vice Mayor said, it was brought to my attention that we are at a time now this week where we do not have any more acting or interims in our main leadership roles. So this team has done a phenomenal job in filling those gaps. And
Wow.
Somebody write that
yeah, so I'm very proud of them.
Well, I got to change my vote now. I'm used to that type of setup, so. I'll request a motion.
Make a motion, Mayor, to continue resolution number 2022 R-19 to second resolution hearing on April 26th.
Second.
Have a motion on the floor to approve resolution number 2022-R and continue that to a second reading on April 26, 2022. That was made by Commissioner McDowell and seconded by Commissioner Luke. If there's nothing to that, please vote. That passes 5-0. Moving on to L, resolution number 2022-R-20. City Clerk, can you read this by title only?
Resolution number 2022-R-20, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Northport, Florida, amending the non-district budget for fiscal year 2021-2022 for a legislative analyst, .75 full-time equivalent in the amount of $14,633, providing for findings, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing an effective date.
Thank you. City Manager, this is your item.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this position addition for the legislative analyst role is one that I think is a direct acknowledgement of where we are as a city. We know that we do have a great lobbyist in the Capitol, Mr. Hayden Dempsey, and meeting him this year and everything that he did and does for us is very well appreciated. The ability to have someone who would be in the walls of City Hall that would be able to converse and discuss and proactively move items forward with the City Commission, I think is going to be extremely valuable. They will do extensive research. They will not only communicate with other government officials, they will help with organizing meetings, and they will also, critique state legislation as it results to what it means to the city of Northport. we're at that stage now in our growth spurt where we need to be a lot more proactive than we are. We may not be able to change everything, but I think that we, based on our strength in the county, have a good seat and a good opportunity to influence some of the decisions that are being made, and this person in this role will, even though it's a part-time role, we believe that's all that we need in order for them to come in and make an impact. We're here and happy to answer any questions, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Luke?
Thank you, sir. I definitely believe in this. This is not, this is a part-time, it's not a full-time position. But with the legislative days that go on, I ran into a lot of hiccups with the scheduling of it, trying to reach out, especially National League. It went straight through me setting appointments. It wasn't, poor Becky was trying to reach out to the legislators and they would not respond to her. When you have an in-house liaison that's built, they can go and arbitrate those types of things, schedule those types of things. They're known up there and to our lobbyists and to these. The only issue that I have in the legislative backup that we have, it keeps talking about state, 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 state. I don't want to neglect this person handling things at the federal level also. The scheduling of those kind of conferences, the grants, such as was talked about the EAR. We need somebody who has that voice to help out our grant department. I've been working with our lobbyists trying to get our outstanding spring for Warm Mineral Springs and Little Salt Spring. That really needs to be on a liaison, not on one commissioner. So it should never be just one of us. We can advocate for things, but trying to work it out shouldn't rest on one commissioner. So I think this is a position, might look bizarre to some people until you're sitting in these seats and you see what is going on and what's needed and necessary. So I'm full belief that this, and I appreciate it starting out as a part-time, not a full-time, and then we can read the tea leaves from there. So thank you very much, Mayor.
Commissioner McDowell?
Yeah, and I could not echo the words of Commissioner Luke any better than what she had said. I do have a couple of questions. This year's legislative session will not start until after the November election. So all intents and purposes, it probably won't start until December, maybe even January when we have our delegation meeting, once the freshmen are in place or the elections are complete. I'm curious, why are we starting in July? That's like 6 months ahead of the elections. So I need to understand, why are we starting so early? Nothing's happening for a few months.
So the reason why we would like for this position to begin is, this is a brand new position. So one, there needs to be a runway of time for someone to get up to speed on the issues that are being discussed currently and that they would need to be on the lookout for in the future. This person in this role will have to come in and sort of navigate their way through not only what the state representatives want, but what we want. And then at the same time, as Commissioner Luke said, if you want to look at what is out there on a federal level, that is as well. The grants at a federal level is one thing. The reaching out and the organizing and the meeting with government officials at a federal level is a pretty big effort. So our plan, which if you choose to adopt it, is to allow someone to come in on a part-time basis to get going so that we're ready for the fall, not getting to the fall and then having to play catch up.
And I appreciate that. It just, that's 5 months of playing catch up on previous issues that either made it through the House or Senate or kind of fell by the wayside. Seems like an awfully long time. And I know that this is a part-time position, but it's also a part-time position with full-time benefits. So it's a 3/4 position. It's not just 50. This is the one I'm struggling with the most. I agree with the position. I agree that it's needed. I just disagree with the start date of being July 1st. October 1st? Yeah, I could see that to help get them that time so that they're ready to go come December. But July just seems so far into the future, and those are just my thoughts. The other question that I have is, how will this position complement what our Mr. Dempsey is doing up in Tallahassee? How will it be complementary instead of duplicative?
So two things. One, if you do look at an October date, you do have to advertise and find the right person as well. You know, you have to have the time that it is necessary to bring the person on board. So please factor that into your consideration. Second, the communication with our current lobbyists will be key. Our current lobbyists can't do everything that we want them to do, and nor should they be expected in a short time frame because of the volume of what those days or those particular sessions entail. What we want is for someone to be a complement to that particular person so that they can, if necessary, divide and conquer to the right people that we need. And there will be nothing better than them being in the Capitol and someone saying that person is there representing the city of Northport, which shows our commitment to being serious about how we're taking from a legislative point of view.
Something that just came to mind, will this person be considered a lobbyist? Because lobbyists have a lot of different rules and regulations that they have to follow. I remember Hayden saying about all the different things that he has to do because he is a lobbyist. Would this person be considered? I know we have it titled as a legal analyst, but would they be legally considered a lobbyist?
Our title is legal analyst. We will not be calling this person a lobbyist. Now, I do believe there will be overlap in the duties that a lobbyist and a legislative analyst do, but we will make sure that as a city staffer, this person will not be a certified lobbyist. That was not our intent in the creation of the role.
Okay, just it seems like there's a kind of a gray line there. So you were saying that it's going to take a few months to get this person hired. So with a July start date, I would assume, based on that comment, you would probably start advertising for that position now?
If we start in July, which is the time period that we requested, we would need to start advertising fairly soon because we want to get the person in here as soon as possible to get them up and running. But we believe that beginning in July is the best way to get the best outcome for the city.
So if we were to change the start date to October, we could start hiring in July.
You can change the start date, ma'am, to whatever you like, whatever fits into your purview into when you want to start. Our recommendation is beginning in July.
I understand. I just wanted to see how long of a time it would take to get somebody put into place. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Liu?
Yeah, I believe we ought to strive for the July date. If it takes longer than that for the right person to come forward, then it's going to stretch into the fall. But we have new district lines within the state. There needs to be relationship built with our new congressman who's coming into our district. I am having an appointment with him in regards to this outstanding spring initiative that we have, but it is a liaison. It is somebody like that who has that expertise. I went to Florida League of Cities to help them write that bill. This person would have the ability to do so without leaning so heavily on others. So I think preparing, I'm gone in November. I need time to be able to catch this person up as to what's been done, what needs to be done, who did what, who didn't do what, hint, hint, and to get to pass that torch off. Thank you, sir.
All right. City Clerk, is there any public comment? I will close this public hearing and request a motion.
I'll move to approve resolution number 2022-R20 on to second reading on April 26th of 22.
I'll second.
I have a motion on the floor to approve resolution number 2022-R-20 to move it to a second reading on April 26, 2022. That was made by Commissioner Luke and seconded by Commissioner McDowell. Anything to that, Commissioners?
No, sir.
Please vote. And that passes 4-1 with Commissioner McDowell dissenting. Commissioner McDowell?
Yes, I dissented because I do feel that July is too early of a start time with the election still underway, with the redistricting map still being vetted through the state. I just think that is far too early. I would have liked to have seen an October 1st start date.
Thank you. Moving on to resolution number 2022-R-21. City Clerk, can you read this by title only?
Resolution number 2022-R-21, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Northport, Florida, amending the non-district budget for fiscal year 2021-2022 for a development technician full-time equivalent in the amount of $14,350, providing for findings, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing an effective date.
Thank you. City Manager, this too is your item.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This item for this development technician is truly just to handle the workload of the permits that we continue to receive on a daily basis. I believe we've all seen the emails from our citizens, especially during when we were having networking issues, but even outside of that particular situation, we have a volume situation of being able to process applications timely. This person will help handle the workload, and bringing them on board prior to the new fiscal year will only help us get there to where we want to go a lot faster. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I do not see any commission questions. City Clerk, is there any public comment? There's not. Thank you. I'm going to close this public hearing and request a motion.
I'll make a motion, Mayor.
Go right ahead.
I move to approve resolution number 2022-R-21 to a second reading on April 26, 2022.
Second.
Thank you. I have a motion on the floor by Vice Mayor Langland to approve resolution number 2022-R-21 and continue it to a second reading on April 26, 2022, and that was seconded by Commissioner Luke. If there's nothing to that, please vote. And that passes 5-0. Moving on to N, I do believe. Z's coming up close. It's coming. Resolution number 2022-R-24. City Clerk, can you read this by title only?
Resolution number 2022-R-24, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Northport, Florida, amending the non-district and capital improvement budget for fiscal year 2021-2022 for police vehicles in the amount of $139,900, for a fire engine in the amount of $734,872, and for the Legacy Trail Project P22DPB in the amount of $33,500, providing for findings, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing an effective date.
Thank you. City Manager, once again.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this last resolution is the discussion and hopefully the approval of police vehicles and a fire engine, and as well as the proper classifying of the receipt of a donation for the Legacy Trail Project. The engines and the vehicles are an example of us making sure that we take advantage to replace vehicles that we are needed during a time where the ordering of those vehicles has an extremely long lead time. So hopefully they're straightforward, but we're here to answer any questions you may have. Thank you, sir.
Commissioner Luke, I'm not even going to wait for it to pop up.
Okay. I only have one question. When we order these vehicles, do we have to pay in full at that point?
Do we pay in full when we order? Is it?
Yeah, that's what
Yeah.
I'm wondering.
Thought it was upon delivery.
I see some
Yeah, they
well-qualified people coming down to answer the question.
I would definitely say so.
All right.
4 of
And
them, 5
another
of them.
even more qualified person.
If y'all agree, we only need one.
Right. No fighting over the issue.
Good afternoon, Kim Williams. No, we don't pay for them until we receive the vehicle.
That's what I thought. Yeah.
But at the order, you're guaranteed that price
That
to be
price,
there
yes.
at that point in time.
Specific for the fire engine, yes.
Nick Hurley, Deputy Chief Fire Rescue. The fire engine is the exception. So for our ambulances, we do not. But for the fire engine, they are requiring the amount to be paid up front in order for us to secure that item at that
So
price.
you pay completely upfront for the fire truck.
Yes. So there's a couple of benefits to that as well. We get a prepayment discount, so it saves the city about $25,000 for that. And we're paying for it at the cost of today's dollars, but we won't receive the truck for about 2 years.
Okay. That both of those are good scenarios, so thank you for the answer. That's all I have, Mayor.
All right, thank you. Don't see anybody else. City Clerk, is there any public comment? Thank you. I'll request a motion. I'll close this hearing and request a motion.
I'll make a motion, Mayor.
Go ahead.
I'll make a motion to continue resolution number 2022 R-24 to second reading on April 26th.
Second.
I have a motion made by Commissioner McDowell to approve resolution number 2022-R-24 and continue to a second reading on April 26, 2022. And that was seconded by Vice Mayor Langdon. If there's nothing to that, please vote. And that passes 5-0. Woo-hoo, moving on to general business. Let's see, 22-2368, city manager.
All right.
It says your item, and I know Vice Mayor is going to speak to it, but you can announce the Vice Mayor if you like, sir.
Absolutely, thank you. So this discussion of possible action regarding commissioner attendance at the Chamber of Commerce Economic Development Committee and Government Relations Committee meetings and possibly assigning rotating commissioner attendance. I will pass it over to Vice Mayor Langdon to begin the discussion.
Yeah, thank you, City Manager. I had been attending sporadically some of the Chamber of Commerce meetings, most notably Government Relations and Economic Development. And a couple of times during that participation, I was uncomfortable, more when I was speaking, that I might be veering into topics that could subject fellow commissioners who are also on the call to a sunshine violation. My style, when I have an opportunity to speak with multiple chamber members, is to kind of share what I'm thinking about, and what I'm thinking about are typically things that could come on the agenda for this board. So I thought it would be wise for us to chat a little bit about this, and particularly I'd love to have City Attorney weigh in on to whether or not my concerns might be unfounded. But I did chat with Bill Gunnan, Executive Director of the Chamber. He would prefer everyone on the call all the time, which is great, I guess. But we did think one of his major desires, or I don't know if it's really a requirement, is that he would much prefer a rotating assignment than to have one commissioner sit on government relations, for example, for the year, because part of his intention with those meetings is to give the chamber membership exposure to the different commissioners and to have an opportunity to start getting to know us and to start establishing relationships with us. So I thought that having us volunteer, I mean, some of us might not want to be on a particular call, but maybe, sending a sheet out and have us volunteer for those calls might be a good way of avoiding any potential sunshine violations, and still, giving the chamber what they want, an opportunity to get to know us individually and establish those relationships. So at that point, I will yield the floor for the insights of our city attorney and my fellow commissioners.
City Attorney, would you like to address this?
Sure, Mayor, I'd be happy to. The open meetings law component of the Sunshine Law requires that all communications between two commissioners about a potential voting item be conducted in a properly noticed public meeting with minutes taken. That communication can include discussion. It can also include a type of exposure to another board member's statement. It can also include, viewing a social media post, as we've all talked about, or there's even a case involving questions of a speaker where more than one board member went to listen to someone speak, and just asking questions of that person was considered to be an open meetings violation. So if the calls are, assuming the vice mayor's rendition of these calls is accurate, I think you may want to consider setting something up so that only one of you attend at a time if they do concern potential voting issues and there is input or questions even from the commissioners, versus if you're all just sort of sitting and listening and not otherwise participating to speak or to present or to ask questions, then there may not be an issue.
Thank you, ma'am. Commissioner White?
Yes, and thank you, Vice Mayor, for bringing this forward so we can have this discussion. I wasn't the last, in fact, it was the only one that I attended from the Chamber of Government Relations, because when the little invitations would pop up, I just thought, I assumed that I didn't have to go. And it was only because Bill sent me an email saying, "Are you coming?" And I thought, okay, am I supposed to be going to these things? I just didn't even know what the parameters were. So when I did go on and I saw other commissioners, I thought, this is uncomfortable. So I appreciate you bringing that up. I would be very much in favor of rotating, such as what we do with the radio station, like put in your
It's a good idea.
first one and then an alternative month or something like that. Because I do like the idea that the chamber can get to know each one of us and hear what each one of us has to say and things like that. So thanks for bringing this forward.
You're welcome.
That's it. Thank you.
Commissioner Luke?
Yeah, I don't mind clarifying the things on our side. It's a little hard for me to give direction to a business or an organization of how they structure their stuff, but the responsibility and duties on our part rest here. Not that we're trying to change them, but we're trying to protect ourselves. So I don't mind that. The report is only supposed to be a report. And it's supposed to be only what happened this past month since the last month's report. Going into what we think, what we're doing, what might come forward, definitely that's crossing the line. Especially if somebody speaks to it, and Bill has the habit of saying, "Hey, Commissioner so-and-so, what do you think, blah, blah, blah." And then we have to say, "Nope, not responding." So some clarity to it. I don't know if you guys know. I mean, there's several ways to fix this. I mean, you can put a public notice out. I mean, minutes are already taken. We can do a rotation thing such as the radio station does. But for you guys to know, most of you know I was president of the chamber. I've been active since 2009, highly active in our chamber. And I am a board or a committee member on both of those committees that are here. if I'm only gonna, to me, this only pertains to government relation. Commissioners do not give a report in the business and economic. They give a report in government relation. So it only affects the one. But I may not be allowed, if it goes in this rotation, only one commissioner attend. I may not be able to sit on that committee anymore, but for the protection of our board, I am amenable to that. But I know there's been times, because Debbie and I have Commissioner McDowell and I have the experience of going through this for several years with those committees. And we have even logged off and then logged back on after that section was done in order to avoid speaking on those types of topics. So, as I said, there are several ways that it can be addressed, but I don't want people to think that we are in violation horribly of the Sunshine Law, because we're very used to it, and we do be careful. Even the meeting that Vice Mayor was in, and she was talking about things that she was doing, nobody else spoke to it. It was her.
But you hear it.
But that's not a violation. It's discussion. I mean, we can hear things, but once somebody voices in, then it definitely is violation. I hear things all the time, but that's not a violation of Sunshine Law. So, and I know others would say, take the more straight and narrow. Don't get yourself into a situation where somebody might accuse you of it. But life is life too, and you have to deal with all of it to the best of your ability. So however we end up, I want everybody here to be comfortable in what they do, and I want the chamber to be successful in their committees, in their objectives. They want the business community to know each of our commissioners. So whatever the majority of the commission feels that this needs to be, for us, our rule, not Bill Gunnan's rule, but our rule, I'm amenable to. Thank you, sir.
Commissioner McDowell.
Yeah, I appreciate Vice Mayor bringing this forward. I've been sitting on the Chamber's Government Board for a very, very long time, guest speaker very often. There's times where I will sit in and listen to the report from my fellow commissioners. Bill does have a tendency to say, so we've got all these other commissioners, what do you think? And it's like, no. And there were times where I logged off because the commissioner was talking about something that was a voting issue. And Bill would call me and say, why'd you log off? And I say, because this was getting on uncharted territories that I didn't want to be a part of. But then I would other times log back on, because there are many times when I sit on those government relation boards, I hear things that are extremely valuable as to what's happening at the county that helps the city of Northport. There's a couple of times where Sydney from Representative Stubbe's office would say something that was extremely helpful that I would never have heard otherwise. So there is a value to sitting and listening on that board, but I can see why some commissioners would be uncomfortable with having other commissioners on there. If we do a rotation basis, I would be amenable to that also. I will then just have to get with Bill to figure out how I can hear the other tidbits of information that are extremely helpful for me to be able to do my job effectively and to be able to communicate things with the citizens. So the other thing is, and Commissioner Luke already alluded to it, it is a report only. We had first reading of this, or we had our second reading of that. If they ask a follow-up question, what happened at a second reading, the voting issue is done and over with. So you can speak about it because the voting issue is done. It's those that are, hey, we're working on impact fees, or hey, we're working on that. Those are the areas where the other commissioners recognize that they weren't the guest, so they have the responsibility to log off and let the guest do what they were invited to do. At least that's the way I looked at it. So whatever the will of the board is, that would be fine. I just, maybe if they are the guest speaker, they're responsible to report back to the commission with all of the other pertinent information from the other entities that were shared, because, but then it also falls into everybody hears things a little bit differently. So I don't know. I yield.
Okay. Before getting back to you, Vice Mayor, yeah, we're all adults here, and we all know what the rules are when we take this position, and we know that we aren't supposed to have discussions. We can sit there and listen. We can get the information. Putting this on a rotational basis, to me, is like, okay, everybody volunteers for this date. What if it happens to be a very hot topic that every single commissioner wants to hear and listen to, but only Commissioner X can go to it and then, you know, report back? You won't have the interpretation of the other board members on how they felt or how they weighed in on the item or whatever the case may be. So basically, I wouldn't want to hinder any commissioner from going as long as they went and they upheld the sunshine laws and the rules and allowed them to be there. Or like they said, if it got too sticky for them and they felt like, oh, I don't want to get involved, log off, log back on, because then there's multiple subject matters that you could be listening to throughout the day. So again, I'm with whatever the board does, but I'm not in favor of doing a rotating basis, because let's say I'm doing it today and then 5 months from now it's going to be, or 4 months is going to be Vice Mayor or Commissioner Luke, but that's something that I brought up 5 months ago, but I'm not allowed on again. So I mean, there's hampering that can be involved, or leave it be, act like adults, and know your responsibilities when you're at a meeting. So that's my 2 cents, but back to you, Vice Mayor.
Yeah, just some final thoughts. One, it was very interesting to hear Commissioner Luke provide structure as to what that report should be on government relations. I never had that information.
He didn't give it to you, did he?
No, no.
He didn't.
So, and I also think it's an interesting observation that it's the 2 newest commissioners that are the most uncomfortable. So for those of you who have been doing it for years and are very comfortable with all the rules and all the expectations, I think we need to be sensitive to the fact that every 2 years there are new commissioners, and many of us come on this board with 0 government grounding. And to sort of know when to log off, and then how do you know when to log back on, and in questioning and conversation, you can be on the path, and then with one question or comment, you are off the path pretty quickly. So for me, it might be that if it's the will of the board to kind of go the way it is, I might not participate, because I'm just uncomfortable being in my religious upbringing. We were trained to avoid occasions of sin. So it wasn't bad enough that you sinned, but if you put yourself in an occasion of sin, you were damned to hell. So I like to avoid occasions of sin.
You don't want to be charcoaled.
I am so glad my parents didn't put it that way.
I'm being a little facetious, but I'm just the kind of person, I just tend to roll with it. I know we have a responsibility, and it's important to know all the rules, but for those of us of a certain personality type, and we tend to be more spontaneous and not perhaps as doing things with as much forethought, that's just a really huge occasion of sin for someone like me that I would just as soon avoid. So just a few final thoughts on that.
Commissioner Luke.
I appreciate you saying all that you did. That was great. These meetings are chamber meetings. We are not forced to go to them. So Commissioner White and I had a discussion about these meetings, and the thing about accepting the invite and stuff like that, she brought it up to me. And she thought it was more like the debates when you were a candidate. That's how they were going to grill you. And she's like, nope, not going there. And it's just simply a report of what legislatively we have done. But please don't anybody feel that you have to say yes to them. They will find somebody else to come in and speak to whatever needed to be done, whether it's us or whether it's city manager or whoever. They'll find somebody to give the report. But I do believe, I think staff needs to sit down with Mr. Gunnan. And no, he did not fill in these 2 new commissioners as to what was expected, and they're a 5 at the most 10-minute report supposed to be. But I think maybe our staff, especially city manager, needs to speak with Mr. Gunnan and work these kinks out. Make him aware of the uneasiness and how easy somebody could possibly get tripped up into violating sunshine. And then let him know that there's going to be times where Commissioner McDowell actually does it the most. Nope, can't speak to that. Nope, all the time. Nope. Because she wants to just definitely stay away from it. That he know and understand that it's important for us to respect our positions that we're elected to and not violate this, that he have an understanding to it and quit saying, well, Commissioner so-and-so, what do you think? You know, for us to have to say, no, can't speak to it. So I think having staff speak with him, because it's his committee, it's his organization, and just have a little powwow with him to regroup. I know Bill loves the crowd.
Yes, he does.
He loves the crowd. So he would love every staff member in every committee meeting that he has, and he can get the word out. And we can't even do that. I mean, he was inviting our staff to both of those meetings too, and no, Mel does not have time to go and sit to the same reports and issue the same reports, meeting after meeting after meeting after meeting. She has better things to do in her office. So I think sitting down and getting some things clarified with the chamber, staff to staff, would probably be the best idea.
All right, Commissioner White, and then we'll be wrapping this
Yes.
discussion up.
Thank you. Again, Vice Mayor, thank you for bringing up what you said, that you're inclined to not participate. And unfortunately, I would have to say the same thing. I'm just not comfortable with that. And I'm concerned about the perception. You could say, I'm not I can't discuss this, I'm going to log out, but the perception of people who are on that call would get out there in the community that, oh, Commissioner White was on there, and then they started talking about this. How would they know that, I logged out?
They're passing messages to each other.
Whatever. And I just, and that's what I've learned too about some other things that we do about, having an interest. If it's the perception too, if it's perceived as having a conflict, you even have to about. So I just don't want to even go there, with that. So thank you for bringing that up again. That's it, Mayor.
All right, thank you. My names are all stuck up there, but
Yeah, I'm trying to delete myself.
City Clerk, is there any public comment on this item? Thank you. I'm going to request a motion.
Can I weigh in before we do a motion? I think my light kind of got stuck.
I thought everybody had already weighed in multiple times, so weigh in one more time, and then I'll take a motion, please.
I am sensitive to my newer commissioners and their concerns. Part of being in this role for a long time is eventually the torch gets passed. And I am a firm believer that if you are that uncomfortable that you're willing to not participate, that is a huge red flag for us who have done this before. By you not participating, you are not learning. You are not able to interact with other government entities and personnel. And that is also unfair to you. So I would be more inclined to say, let's do a rotational thing like we do with Rawlings for his show. That way then all of us get an opportunity to weigh in, all of us get an opportunity to give a report. And that way then the other side of the coin is the others get to know you. They get to know how you are. I would love to go to all of those meetings and hear all the really cool things that I hear, but that is where I am going to have to rely on you, the guest speaker, to give accurate, detailed notes of what happened in a timely manner so that we can act appropriately too. So I just kind of wanted to throw that out there because I would hate to have a commissioner not participate on something that is important. And everybody has to kind of, I know that we can all be respectful if there's 2 or 3 of us on that board and listening to the report, but this is something that is really important, that others hear from you and you then report back. It's a part of the learning. So I yield and I'm done.
I will take a motion if anybody wishes to make one.
I'm going to make a motion that the 2 staffs get together and work out protocol for the government relation meeting, because that's the one that really deals with the commissioners. So the 2 staffs get together, work out the details of what is going to be best, and then bring it back to us.
I would second that.
Oops, sorry, go ahead.
Okay, I have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Luke to have Stash hash it out and bring back their recommendations to us at a future meeting. That was made by Commissioner Luke and seconded by Vice Mayor Langdon.
May I make a friendly amendment that it really needs to be done sooner than later because they do meet every month. And I'd hate to have this be 6 months down the road that it comes back.
I believe the city manager understands the urgency of this, and I don't think it's going to sit, so I'm just
Okay.
going to leave it as is.
Please vote. And that passes 5-0. Okay, moving on to 22-2510. City Manager, this is your item.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this is discussion and possible action considering using coronavirus state and local recovery fund for the one-time standard allowance of revenue loss, allowing expenditure of flexibility. The request today of the board is simply just a yes or a no for the flexibility that we believe will allow you as we continue to come back to you in the upcoming weeks on how you would like to see that second tranche of ARPA funds used within our community. You've already outlined for the first tranche, and there was already expenditures made. This only gives you the flexibility to continue on that path or to allow for your funding to be used to supplement the loss of revenue in any way you see fit. Did I miss anything, ma'am? Okay, so this is only for flexibility. It is not changing the priority. You're not making a decision today on those funds. We will bring back the funds and the amounts and the status of the first tranche in a workshop, preferably in May. That way you will be tied to the conversation of how do you want to move forward with this second tranche of funding expenditure.
That it, sir?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. I'm not seeing any discussion up there. Is there any public comment on this, City Clerk? I'll take a motion.
I'll make a motion, Mayor. I move to approve using coronavirus state and local recovery funds for the one-time standard allowance of revenue loss, allowing for expenditure flexibility.
Second.
I have a motion on the floor by Vice Mayor Langdon to approve using coronavirus state and local recovery funds for the one-time standard allowance of revenue loss, allowing expenditure flexibility. That was made by Vice Mayor Langdon, and that was seconded by Commissioner Luke. Please vote. And that passes 5-0. I guess you got your yeses, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you to staff for finding that through the last issuance of it. Thank you.
All right, moving on to 22-2583. City Manager, this is your item.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. 2583, discussion and possible action regarding a mural for the Northport Senior Center located at 4940 Pan American Boulevard. I believe there is a good amount of history for this particular item. We were asked on behalf of Commissioner Luke to bring it up for discussion today, so I will turn it over to her, and our staff is here to answer and supplement any information that is necessary. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. You had heads up that this item was coming when we had our joint meeting with the Art Advisory Board. The president of the Senior Center did reach out to me wanting, a mural on the building again. I told her I would bring it up so that, direction could be given to the Art Advisory Board to have a call for artists and things like that. As you see in the backup, there's a lot been going on for several years in regards to murals and the murals on the Senior Center. We do have the program, I'll call it, of what things are supposed to look like or what they're supposed to be, the natural flora and fauna.
Yeah.
Exactly. So we have that program, so the advisory board would have to submit in that program, to the boundary lines and that of the criteria. So they then would bring it back to us to say yay or nay or make a choice, and then they would go forward from that. With that, I'll shut up.
I was going to say you'll be awaiting questions, but whichever way you wish to terminologize that is fine. Commissioner McDowell.
Yeah, I appreciate Commissioner Luke bringing this forward. I have absolutely no objection to them putting up a mural. I think the last time we were kind of gun shy at the cost. And I think that's part of the reason.
Nobody liked the artist rendering. It wasn't the
that's
cost
right.
because
That's
it
right.
was
Yeah.
free. She
That's
was
right.
going to do it for free, but
You're right.
yeah,
It was
they,
her way or no way or something like that, if I believe.
no, she depicted what they asked, but the board at that point in time, their likes and dislikes of her depictions, to them it was too childish looking or whatever. So.
Yeah, but I thought she wasn't moving on her depiction either, so they were just caught. That's
It-
the
it
way
was-
I remember it.
It was
so.
a no to the artist, so I doubt the artist is going to wiggle anything.
Right, I got it.
Art is different in a lot of people's eyes, so.
Sorry, Commissioner McDowell, the floor is still yours.
That's all right. I had asked for how much money is in the art fund right now. And if I'm reading this correctly, it's like 118,000. And for whatever reason, I was really under the impression that fund was flowing with money, with the amount that's being put in by the developers. With all the development going on and the current dollar amounts that are required to be put in, I was very, very surprised it was so low. I was expecting there to be a lot more in there. So I look forward to delving into finding out why did I assume there would be more in there and get a better understanding as to why it is lower than what I had anticipated. So I don't have a problem. It's my understanding they will have to come back with the proposed artwork. And then I guess the location, because the code says something about you can't put it on the front. And I think part of the problem too is the senior center is what's considered the front of the senior center, even though it's, the road is the front, even though that's the back for the building. So I look forward to seeing what they bring back and getting this worked through, because I think it would be a huge asset to everybody driving by. And stopping in to see it, no different than the first 1,000 days. It is wonderful to see people stop and get out and take pictures of it. So look forward to seeing it. Thank you.
Commissioner White.
Okay, just a couple comments. First of all, when I look back and you have a year here of 2018, you've been talking about this since 2018. Again, would just like to see just come to finality already and get going with this. We have this art in public places. Yeah, I mean, you could talk so much and then let's take some action here. Plus,
I agree.
This is Art in Public Places Fund. So I view that, my son would disagree, free money, okay? That this is not coming out of ad valorem taxes. It's there to put art in public places. So let's do this. We already had a discussion about the other mural. Art is expensive, but it's also something that is going to enhance our community and also be there for a while. It's really a one-time fee, and then that's it, except for some maintenance, which everything we have to maintain buildings so we can maintain art. So I'm all for bringing this before the board. Let's get something going and get something on that horrible blank wall. Yeah, it's just something that just is begging for a mural. So, thank you.
Well, I guess we know how you stand.
Yeah,
so,
there you go. Did I make myself clear enough?
Yes.
Are you Mayor? Okay.
Very good job, Commissioner.
Okay.
All right, I don't see any other conversation. Any public comment, City Clerk? All right, I'll request a motion.
I move to direct staff to work with the Art Advisory Board and the Senior Center in order to bring back a project for placement of a mural on the Senior Center building.
Second.
I have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Luke to direct staff to work with the Art Advisory Board and the Senior Center in order to bring back a project for placement of a mural on the Senior Center building. That was made by Commissioner Luke, and that was seconded by Commissioner McDowell. Please vote.
This might be the lucky time.
You might even get a 5-0 on this one. I don't know. And that passes 5-0.
Okay.
Woo-hoo.
Good deal. Great.
All right, what do we got left here?
Thank you.
Thank you for bringing that forward.
The Senior Center is going to be thrilled to know that they can, after 4 years, be able to get some artwork on that building.
Look how long it took to get the parking lot.
That was the other part of her letter.
All right, it's 2:34, 2:35. Let's come back at, 2:50. 2:50, what's 15 minutes? 35, 2:50? It's 15 minutes. Come back in 15 minutes and then we'll finish up. We only got a few items left, so. All right, it's 2:50, we're back, and apparently there was a long line at the ladies' room. So we have a quorum, and Commissioner McDowell, myself, and Vice Mayor.
Your light, your audio.
Okay, we're back. We have a quorum. Commissioner McDowell, myself, and Vice Mayor Langdon are present. And here comes Commissioner White. And we know that Commissioner Luke is right around the corner. I just heard the door open. She's on her way. All right, item number 22-2610. City Manager, this is your item.
Yes, good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this discussion and possible action regarding the Environmental Advisory Board memo dated on February the 7th regarding development waivers affecting parkland, environmentally sensitive lands and water resources, and/or wildlife habitat, and the Environmental Advisory Board member attendance at regular meetings of the Planning and Zoning, Parks and Recreation, and Historic and Cultural Advisory Board meetings. There were two items that came out of the two memos that are up for discussion. One was to requesting for more board involvement in approving future development waivers that may affect the environment. And also the second one was for there to be the board to be able to attend regularly scheduled meetings of the Planning and Zoning, Parks and Rec, and Historical Cultural Advisory Boards. This item was brought to our attention for discussion today by Commissioner McDowell, and I will turn it over to her. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Commissioner McDowell.
Yeah, Mayor, I am a firm believer that when the advisory board seeks our input, we are to be professional enough to at least respond. And the only way we can respond is if we meet and talk about it. I have a few concerns with these memos. I do have some questions as to processes. So if I may, my introduction is I'm just acknowledging the memos that were received and wanting to have a discussion so we can respond.
Okay, and
But
let me ask one question of the city manager before we do that. Did you have any staff recommendations about this going forward? And the only reason I'm asking is we'll go ahead and we'll do our questions, and then I'll bring it back to you on what staff is recommending. Is that okay?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So from a staff standpoint, we had issues and challenges with both of them. We felt like that if we were to make the changes, it would increase the need for staffing resources, as well as there would be a timing issue as it related to how we process certain items. So from our standpoint, in those respective positions, we were not recommending that this be adopted or accepted.
Okay, thank you, sir. Commissioner McDowell.
Yes, thank you.
If that answered a few of your questions or something.
It did in a little bit.
Okay.
So I'm looking at these memos, and in the past, when we received memos from an advisory board, it was from the advisory board to the commission, through the liaison, to the city manager, to the commission. And it was this long, drawn-out, official-looking thing. And these memos did not follow that. I mean, as a matter of fact, today we got a memo from another advisory board that they wanted something. And it was more that formal way of doing it, and this does not. And I want to make sure, were these memos vetted and put through the liaison following the proper channels, or was it just submitted to us directly?
I believe it was through the liaison, if I remember correctly. I'll look for staff to confirm, but they received the memo through the actual action at the board, and then that's how we received it from them through us.
Okay, so it doesn't say that on here, and that's why I wanted to make sure before I proceeded. The advisory boards, I am very grateful for having. I am very grateful that we have the volunteers on these advisory boards. But for an advisory board to ask the commission to notify them of any waivers on development, we don't even know half the time about waivers on a development until the development is in front of us.
Correct.
And for us to say, oh, stop, we need to advise the advisory board, their next meeting could be a month or two down the road, is delaying the development that has certain criteria that must be followed by state statute. I could never agree to that. That is not their role. The PZAB is quasi-judicial. Ours is quasi-judicial when it comes to development. And that's putting us in a very precarious position that they're not aware of. And I think if anything, it needs to be communicated to the advisory board as to why we cannot even consider doing something like this. And as far as the other request to send an EAB representative to these advisory boards for planning and zoning and parks and the historical and cultural, I understand that a lot of, I shouldn't say a lot, excuse me, that's more, some of the things that EAB sees could be seen in other advisory boards, but each one is unique and different. And those advisory boards all have their agendas posted like a month ahead of time, and for them to have somebody come in and weigh in on their discussion could be essentially hijacking that other advisory board's meeting. I don't know if there's anything legally preventing a citizen from speaking for their 3 minutes during public comment. But to say, hey, we want to have a representative on their board, we have to go through and change all of our boards then to put a representative on. I think it's a little bit convoluted. I don't think they understand their role, their responsibility, it's treading into waters I don't feel comfortable in allowing, because if you do for one, you'll have to start doing for all, and then they'll become very discombobulated. So with that, Mayor, I am not in favor of these. I wanted to acknowledge it and see if we could possibly send a memo based on the will of this board in response to their memos.
Thank you, Commissioner. City Attorney, I see your light is on.
Yes, Mayor, I just wanted to quickly clarify in case any of the environmental advisory board members are watching or listening, that while it is true individuals may comment in public comment, we can't stop that. It would not be appropriate to do so in the course and scope of their role as an advisory board member. The duties and powers of the advisory board are set forth in the code. And while they are authorized to advise the city commission on certain items, they are not authorized at this time to advise other advisory boards. So I would just caution, if an advisory board member wanted to speak as an individual citizen, that would be appropriate, but not as an advisory board member per se.
All right, Commissioner Luke. Thank you, City Attorney.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with what City Attorney and Commissioner McDowell has stated. There are lanes for these committees to be in, and they shouldn't be overlapping. PZAB is that quasi-judicial, that by state statute, all of those planning things have to go through them. We don't add another layer of non-quasi-judicial to the mix. So definitely no. And I mean, they can attend any meeting that they want to speak as a citizen. They're not being stopped, but to try to layer these advisory boards on top of each other, I mean, I'm not even for them having joint meetings. I mean, this is supposed to be in their lanes, taking care of the topic and the subject that they're supposed to be. If they want to be a commissioner, they can run for office. Because that's where you talk about all things. You don't have joint advisory board meetings to discuss all topics and then decide who's going to take it to the commission. So now I am against both of these in joint meetings altogether. Can't wait for the revamp of the boards, the procedures, the training of the liaisons, and so that everybody's on the same page, they know what lane they're in. and the liaison can speak up and say, no, that's not your lane. And yes, that letter, those letters appear to be being sent from the advisory board, not going through the liaison. So that's even a procedure that's not being followed even properly at this point either. So I can't wait for the topic and the end results of processes and procedures to be finalized. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner White.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner McDowell, for bringing this up. And I understand where they're coming from, though. They were concerned about the first part, the waivers for parklands, environmentally sensitive lands, and they felt they should have say in that. But as was pointed out, I could not see how that would work into what is required. As we said, it's quasi-judicial. We had the waivers today, now PZAB, for what we agreed to today for those quasi-judicial hearings. They did bring that forward on March 17th, I think. But still, if you said, okay, as a citizen, they're entitled to be at those meetings and hear the waivers. And even if they wanted to put it on their agenda, that agenda has to be figured out a month before the next meeting. They do that every meeting before. And again, then you're talking about all this more time. And I just, logistically, I just didn't see how this, though I really fully appreciate their intention and I understand what their intention is, just the way that the system I've learned is so constricted that I just don't see how that would happen, other than them going to the meeting as a citizen. And they have that power as a resident, as was mentioned, to make a public comment on those waivers. And we had today, there was no public comment. I mean, and we have made it so easy. I tell people you can make an e-comment. You don't even have to be here. And I have had my share of coming home from work and coming here and waiting like 3 hours to make my 3-minute comment on something. And I said, you don't have to do that anymore. You can type in your comment. The city clerk reads it very stoically, no expression, which is great. I tell people that is how it should be read. No inflection. So, you have no idea what her position is, and that's how it's read. Just get it in there and she'll read it. And still, nothing comes through. So that people have that power. I just wish they would take advantage of it a lot more. So thank you again, Commissioner, for bringing this forward.
But with that said, when the public comment comes in with certain names on it, we know the intent and how it's supposed to be
Well, you can
read.
imagine that in your head. This is how they would
I
be.
was just picking on you, Ms. White. So.
And they always have the right to call us or to email us too.
Absolutely.
Not even, I mean, that's beyond even the public comment. If they want it in record, yes. But they can reach out to us with their thoughts and opinions so many different ways.
And they do sometimes.
I'm pretty sure that we're all in pretty much the same agreement up here, because that was exactly my thoughts when we went over this in the agenda briefing yesterday. So was there any public comment on this, City Clerk? All righty, I'll request a motion.
I'll make a motion, Mayor.
Go ahead.
If I don't have it written down, so I'm formulating it on the fly. I'll make a motion to instruct the city manager and staff to send a memo to the Environmental Advisory Board declining their 2 requests, as noted in the backup material, giving a reason that there are processes and procedures that must be followed, and their requests do not fit in that process.
I'll second.
All right, I have a motion on the floor by Commissioner McDowell. City Clerk, would you please reread that?
To direct the city manager and staff to send a memorandum to the Environmental Advisory Board denying their 2 requests as noted in the backup material, as there are processes and procedures to be followed that their request does not follow.
Thank you, and that was seconded by Commissioner Luke. Original motion made by Commissioner McDowell, if I didn't state that. Please vote. And that passes 5-0. All righty, then, we're in the home stretch. Moving on. Number 22-2637, City Manager. This is your item.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is discussion and possible action regarding rescheduling the May 22nd, 2022 Commission Workshop for May 9th of 2022. That's from one Monday to the following Monday. The request is being made. I will be coming from out of town on that day, and I would prefer to be here in person for the workshop. You know that we have began and continue the practice of making sure that we have at least one workshop a month to discuss certain particular items, and May will be no different as we are getting geared up and getting into the budget session. There will be items and areas of concern, and we want to make sure that we continue that. And I would love to be present for that meeting. If not, Ms. Malia and Mr. Yarborough will be here if the meeting stays on its date on May the 2nd. We will not cancel it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, sir. I do not see any commissioner questions at this time. Is there any public comment?
There is not.
Thank you. I'll request a motion.
I move to direct staff to reschedule the May 2nd, 2022 Commission Workshop to May 9th, 2022.
Second.
I have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Luke to move to direct staff to reschedule the May 2nd, 2022 Commission Workshop to May 9th, 2022, and that was seconded by Commissioner Langdon. Please vote. There we go. Maybe, yep. And that passes 5-0. On to our final item. Item number 22-2633, City Manager. This is your last item of the day, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This item, discussion and possible action regarding City Manager's 6-month evaluation. Per the contract that we agreed upon, there was a 6-month evaluation due for your city manager, and we have received a lot of feedback. First of all and foremost, I want to thank you for your positive comments as well as your constructive comments. I think that they all were well received and in the spirit and intent of making sure that I continue to build on what we've already started in the first 6 months. It has been a great 6 months, and I'm very grateful and still grateful to have this opportunity to be here with you all, working with you and your continued support for the city of Northport. I believe that by the responses that we've received, you can tell that we are moving in the right direction. This organization is building on a foundation that is only getting stronger and stronger. We have a total of 746 employees, and they are all doing a fabulous job. They continue to get awards. Just yesterday, the finance team was awarded their next GFOA Distinguished Budget Presentation Award, as well as our Parks and Recs team is getting recognized for an Image Award. Those are just 2 awards within the last 24 to 40 hours that we know of. We know that all the staff and team are doing a great job in order to make sure we meet the moment of what this city deserves. From my standpoint, I am honored to be here in this role, to work with my colleagues as well as the commission and staff. And I'm grateful for, like I said, the feedback and the responses that we have received so far. We know that this is not the end by any stretch of anyone's imagination. And we as a people, I think we tend to focus on what will be and what was as opposed to what is. And we really need to just stop and say that right now, the city of Northport is a great place to work, a great place to be, and will only get better as time goes on. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Luke.
This is almost emotional for me. Okay, it is emotional for me, not almost. It only took me about, thank you, ma'am. It only took me about 4 minutes with City Manager Fletcher in my office, and I knew he was the man for the hour. He was the one that was going to take us to the next level. Even knowing that, in 6 months' time, I have seen so much change in the environment within City Hall walls and outside of the walls of City Hall. More than I even expected. And I was expecting a lot. To see trust to be being netted back into our government, that's the most emotional thing to me. And I sincerely appreciate it. A lot of people thought it was weird that we put into the charter or into the contract the 6-month evaluation, and it was done by us as a board. But in all reality, I'm very thankful that we did. Able to see where we've already catapulted to, and I'm looking forward to what the next 2 years are even gonna bring, because the face of this city is definitely changing. It's a blessing to see the adjustments that have come along. It is the transparency that keeps being talked about. This man believes in it. He believes in it so much, he is the only director that I have ever seen do a 360. Requested it himself. Not that somebody put it upon him, but he asked for that 360 evaluation. Takes a lot of courage, but this man, if you haven't noticed, has got courage because he is a true leader, and you can trust him in his leadership abilities. I do, and I'll repeat again, I can't wait to see what the next 2 years are going to look like, with 6 months being the footprint of it. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, ma'am. Vice Mayor Langdon.
Oh, thank you, Mayor. Where to begin? When we were going through our hiring process for a new city manager, I had a very long list of things I was looking for, but there were really 4 overarching things that I was looking for. One, I was looking for a city manager with a strong background in business development and a demonstrated commitment to an ability to help grow small business, because we have so many small businesses in our city. Second, I was looking for someone who would re-engage our community in the activities of our government. And it has been my observation that the only way we've really had for people to engage with us were our advisory boards. And that's one thing and very valuable, but we have trouble filling them. We have trouble finding good candidates to run for city commission. And I think the best way to stimulate interest in city government is to involve our citizenry in city government. So I was looking for someone who was really committed to meeting our residents where they are and having meaningful conversations. Third, I was looking for someone with very strong leadership abilities, because for reasons that I won't reiterate here, our staff has gone through a really tough time and would have every reason to be demoralized. So I was really looking for someone who could re-energize staff and get them excited again about working for our city. And then finally, I was looking for someone who could help us enhance our brand, both within the city and outside the city. Spoken like a true marketer, right? But Someone said to me a few years ago, I'm so tired of when I'm outside of the city of Northport and people ask me, where are you from? And you say Northport, and they look at you like, boy, what are you doing living there? Tired of that. So I was really looking for someone, as Commissioner Luke said, help take us to the next level. So I don't, do I have time to just talk about the review a little bit? I don't know how you want to structure this, Mayor, but may I have a couple more minutes and just
You
sort
can
of,
have a couple more minutes,
okay.
and that's it.
That's it. Okay, thank you. So I've been delighted, and you can read my review. I just wanted to highlight a couple of those items because you might have said, oh, why did she score our new city manager the way she did? And I want to start with the financial management and budget because I think city manager in his self-review gave himself a 3. And I gave him a 2, I believe, a 1 or a 2. And for me, we are, and I understand that we haven't been through a budget cycle together yet, but one of the things I've always said is, we always had our comp plan and our strategy here, but the day-to-day of the city seems so disconnected from where we were heading. And even though we haven't done a budget cycle together yet, we are well on the path of moving from an incremental kind of budget process to a performance-based budget process, and to have that kind of movement in 6 months is astounding to me. And for the first time, I don't think city manager was here 10 days when we had scheduled strategy discussions and where are we heading and all of that. And for the first time, I really see our strategy and then our pillars and staff sort of aligning their activities with the pillars. And it won't be perfect this budget cycle, but we will be well on the path to being able to identify which programs and activities are really delivering value to our residents. Maybe we need to invest in them a little more versus not. And that for me is just a huge, huge step. And we're well on that path. The other item I want to comment on is economic development because I gave city manager a 3. And I'm delighted in the progress we're making in the area of economic development, but economic development is binary. You either get a company to come here or you don't. And unlike what's happening with financial management and all of these other things, even if you don't hit your mark, any progress you make along the way has a positive impact. With economic development, that's just not the case. You either improve or have success in that area or you don't. So I gave a 3. It is heading definitely in the right direction. I totally anticipate in 6 more months, we will have had some wins. I'm counting on that. And that number will go up, but economic development, in my mind, is just so binary. You hit it or you don't. So that's why I gave my 3. So that's pretty much it.
I've got Vice Mayor's evaluation up. She never gave a 2 or a 1. In fact, in budget and finance, she gave a 4.
No.
So I don't want her thinking,
Oh, it's the reverse. Oh, I'm sorry. The 1 was always like the best where I came from. I'm sorry, yes.
Right.
Reverse
So-
that. Thank you for that.
Yeah,
Thank
so
you
I
for
didn't
that.
want her thinking she had issued anything
blushing.
under a
So
3.
what are you trying to do, lie on the dais now? That could be a violation as
I'm sure
well.
I'd be accused of that.
Okay. All right. See, and you wanted to go for those extra 2 minutes. Be careful what you wish for.
You just might
Okay.
get it.
Commissioner White,
Thank
you got the floor, ma'am.
Oh, I do. All right, great. Yes, I really enjoyed reading the other commissioners' evaluations, and it would have been interesting to block out your names, because just from the comments, I think I would have guessed everybody, who they were, especially Commissioner Luke, when she started one of her comments with, "Oh my," because that's your expression there. And I too agree with Vice Mayor about the strategic planning. I was so impressed with that. Like, where are we going? Yes, let's have a plan. Let's figure out what you want, what those pillars should be. And bringing in Mr. Thomas to help us through that process was just phenomenal. I was really impressed with that. But I have truly embraced how our city manager understands the value and the need to engage the community, that our residents have to be, people just have to be part of their governing system. And because when they're not, this is where a lot of that mistrust comes in, and we're doing something that we shouldn't be doing, and everything has to be, looked at under a microscope because you're not involved. And the more you get involved in a process, the more you're going to understand it. Because it's usually ignorance of something that brings out that mistrust and a lot of misconceptions about things until you actually are in the midst of something, and then you can say, oh, now I get it. Now I know why. You have to do it this way. But I loved how he, I don't know, City Manager, if this was your idea, but that community of unity, I just thought that was really, really good. Like, I'm thinking, how come I didn't think of that? They're rhyming words. I love rhymes. So I love that. Your City Manager newsletter that goes out every week to your staff. And again, that shows how much, he's wanted to bring everyone together. And yes, the city was really fragmented for years. And I've said this before, that I was in Northport when Northport had a mayor, even before the city manager. So I've had interactions as a resident with every single city manager, and never had the kind of easy conversation that I can have with our city manager here. And again, getting out into the community, being willing to meet and set up these meetings. When I first saw that, I said, what? To me, it was just so foreign. Like, I've never heard of a city manager being willing to do something like that. Because I thought, okay, it's one thing for a commissioner to be invited by a group to go, but the city manager is coming along too, and he's making the time to do this. And again, that is what it shows how sincere he is in embracing our community. And also, as you mentioned, transparency, showing people, this is who I am, this is what we're doing. And then just in closing, I was really happy when he moved around the surtax funding to get that Price Boulevard going, and had full confidence in finance to make it happen. Work the numbers, and make this happen so that we can start on Price Boulevard. And because before, I don't know why that was never done before. Like, let's just make this work. But that to me was like, boop, over the top. So thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Commissioner McDowell.
Yeah, Mayor, thank you. And thank you for the opportunity to do the review. There were a couple of things that I said in my review at the very end that I need to correct. The first thing is that I said that we should follow the charter and do a yearly evaluation. I don't know where the word charter came from, but it was contract. In his contract, this contract, I wasn't even aware there was a 6-month review requirement. I went back and listened to the discussion in August about his contract, and it wasn't even mentioned. So my apologies that there was a 6-month review. I've had a lot of people reach out to me wanting to know, why did you give him such a bad and horrible review? And why did you neglect to score him in 2 areas? I didn't neglect to score him. An NA is a score, and it means that an employee had not been in the position long enough to have demonstrated the essential elements of the position for that scoring mark. I gave them the NA because to me, to give them anything else would have been disingenuous because they hadn't been accomplished. The strategic plan, I even put under construction. The budget, I made a comment. I'm looking forward to seeing what it's going to bring. I haven't seen the budget yet, so I can't really score in that area. I was also, you know, when I said, they reached out to me and said, why'd you give them such a horrible review? I went back and I looked and I looked. I cannot force anybody to read that review and see the points of praise that I gave him in the review. They're there. And in my opinion, a performance evaluation is not a popularity contest. It's an opportunity to communicate expectations, assess performances, give feedback, help contribute to professional development. I believe these were all there in the review. I will close with a couple of excerpts taken directly from my review. I see your genuine desire to learn what a city manager does and your willingness to navigate these complex waters. You are laying the foundation to bring the city to the next level. Another thing I see you do is the culture of the city has started to shift in a more positive atmosphere. The halls have a sense of contentment. My gosh, that is a huge sign that things are going well with the city manager at the helm. For those that say that I gave him a bad review, I got nothing for you. It is what it is. I own my review, but like all five of us, we see things differently. We see things through our own perspective. The city manager is doing a good job in areas that I gave him high marks for. There are areas of concern. He's only been here 6 months, and I absolutely believe that a 6-month review was extremely unfair for him. I have reached out to him during my one-on-ones and shared some of my concerns with him. To put it in writing in this public forum, it should be done at the year mark, because in the 6 months, he's still learning us. He's still learning our expectations. I hope this review goes further in getting things accomplished so that he has nowhere to go but up in my book. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. All right, my turn, big guy. I did my review based on what I have seen, what you have done, and what I have learned about you in this whole course. Way back when we were picking candidates on who we wanted to interview for the city manager here, and I told you this and I told Mr. Thomas this, there was only one person that I found, and that was you. And I actually argued with Doug saying, I don't want to go back and find any others. And I did. He goes, but you have to. So I did. I found a second individual that was close, but not what I was looking for, but close. He ended up being both of the final candidates. Came out here, had your interviews. We talked with both interviewers, and you were the man from the get-go. One of the reasons was you didn't get in trouble a lot, and your Google thing didn't come up too much. I mean, that was definitely an A+ sign, you know. But being the number 2 man is sometimes the best spot to be in because you can get a lot of the stuff done. And by all of your accolades and everything that you had gotten done in your past, just painted a perfect picture for your future. You and I, we've attended different things out there that maybe some of these other commissioners haven't. And I have had tons of people come up and said, you guys did great by hiring him. I know I gave you a 3 on one of your little doodad thingies, but it's only because we haven't made it all the way through it. And I did question, why are we doing this at 6 months and not a year? And they said, well, it was you guys that decided. I went, oh, okay, I'll be quiet then. But yeah, it is an evaluation to build on and learn from, and those are just the points that if they were a low item, it's just something that's coming. It means that you're halfway there. You haven't slipped below that halfway point. You know, like Barb was trying to give you a 1 over here when she gave you a 4. I mean, Vice Mayor, I'm sorry. But no, welcome. I think you've done a fantastic job. and I know you're going to continue to do a fantastic job, and this is your community of unity, sir. We are behind you. So thank you very much. Nobody else is up there, so is there any public comment on this, City Clerk? Really? Okay. You got more comment or a motion?
I have a motion, and it'd be an honor to make this motion.
You go right ahead then, ma'am.
I move to conclude the 6-month evaluation for City Manager Jerome Fletcher and give a $5,000 increase to the city manager salary effective 6/1 of '22. Excuse me. No, 4/1 of '22.
4-1.
4-1, okay. 4-1-1. I have a motion on the floor to conclude the 6-month evaluation for City Manager Jerome Fletcher and give a $5,000 salary increase effective 4/1/2022. Do I have a second?
I'll second that, Mayor.
That motion was made by Commissioner Luke and the second by Vice Mayor Langdon. Anything to that, Commissioners?
Yes, sir. Page 2 of his contract states that a 6-month review would be done, and at that point in time, the base salary could be increased up to $5,000, so I'm following the contract.
You got it. Anything, Vice Mayor?
No, sir.
Please vote. And that passes 4-1 with Commissioner McDowell dissenting. Commissioner McDowell, would you care to speak on that?
Nope.
Yes, no?
Nope.
Oh, okay, I didn't hear you. Sorry, my bad. All right, now we're moving on. City Clerk, is there any public comment? Okay. And we're gonna go to Commissioners' Communications. I didn't really prepare a report, but I know very busy last month. We attended a few ball games up at Brave Stadiums with economic development, county participants. I mean, it was a great networking event. I got to speak with individuals I hadn't seen in so long. It was phenomenal, and I have to thank our economic development department for that. I also did attend the Divas Masquerade Ball, which we do every year, and that's a out branch of the Chamber of Commerce. So there was a whole bunch of business networking going on that evening, and that was fun. City manager and I attended the COG last month, and MPO I attended, and other than that, I can't remember. Vice Mayor, your report.
Great, thank you, Mayor. Boy, let me see. I also attended, I'm sorry, let me start over. I attended a Junior League of Sarasota meeting on the 8th. And I attended because John Thaxton was speaking, and with all of our conversations about affordable housing and workforce housing, I really wanted to make his acquaintance and hear what he had to say. I was sorry to miss the Low Country Boil because of weather and our meetings coming so late. I also attended 2 of the Braves events. I want to give kudos to our economic development team. They really did a great event, and we particularly enjoyed the one in the smaller suite on Sunday. That was just really an awesome event. What else? I enjoyed the new hire ceremony. That is always a big uplift for me. And I think that is. No, so that's it, Mayor.
I was going to
Thanks.
say, if there's something that you remember, you can always bring it back in your next report.
Thank
so
you.
Not an issue. Commissioner Luke, you're up next.
I love the way she worded it. John Thaxton was speaking, so she wanted to attend. For that reason, I attended 2 events. He spoke at that junior league, but he also spoke at the University of Florida Extension Garden Celebration. If you want to learn about affordable housing and what it actually is, you need to listen to John Thaxton. Affordable housing correlates with the AMI. So to somebody who makes $25,000, their affordable housing is different than somebody who makes $70,000. Somebody that makes $150,000, they're all relevant to what affordable housing is. So if you ever get a chance to pick that man's brain or sit under any conversation of his, I would encourage you to do so. The tour of Welland Park with John Lewinsky yesterday was just incredible. I mean, I was going by these huge buildings going up, and I didn't know what they were, but didn't have any idea that the downtown was as far as it was too. And then to travel back into the ranch and see all of the other villages that are going up, it's just incredible, and it's impeccable. They follow everything to the T. The type of shrubberies and trees are natural. The fencing thing is up. They care about every detail. There are people out there cleaning the street while the construction is going on. Just as a developer, I cannot say enough about Mattamy Home. I did not make the country boil either, but I'm actually kind of glad I did not. It allowed me to go down to the art center where the youths, our high school youth, had their exhibit and display. I was able to attend the entire program, not just portion of it. Our artists in the high school are incredible. There are some of our students that have full rides to colleges because of their art. It's just outstanding. Autism Day, it's always fun to attend that. I'm drawing a blank to John's last name.
The author.
Yeah.
Writes the book, tall. I'm drawing a blank to his. He's always so excited. He went and rallied all of the commissioners and city manager.
Yep. He has to have us all.
Exactly right. He made sure he had all of us, so it's just adorable.
And that makes you feel so special.
It does.
Yes.
And he has pride in it. It makes us have pride, and it's just awesome. I attended that masquerade ball also. The fundraiser went to the Boys and Girls Club, Gene Matthews Boys and Girls Club. I attended the 2 Easter egg hunts that Parks and Rec put on. Very surprised this year that there were more people at the night event than there was during the day. Could be because we've got so many soccer players and football players that can't come out to it. But there were far more people at the night than there was during the day. The thing that I love the most is Commissioner White and I were in the room handing out the Easter baskets to the winners, and some little kid just comes through the door, "Happy Halloween!" I just absolutely loved it. But thank you to all the volunteers, especially Awaken Church. Oh my goodness. They were out there early, they were protecting things, they were making sure kids weren't getting the eggs ahead of time. It was just great events and a lot to be proud of, Parks and Rec. Attended the Art Center Tea, that is a fundraiser for their building fund. Also, I attended those 2 Braves games. I also, this past Saturday, attended the musical Mary Poppins that the high school performed. Oh my goodness. They had the orchestra down underneath that played all of the music. That is about 3 hours of music constantly going on to the setting on the stage. And the kids were tremendous. The young young man that played the lead needs to stay in theater. Just absolutely incredible. Attended the movie On the Green, and I guess this is a movie that the clerk watches every day at her house. It was great. Awaken Pantry had their 1-year celebration. What a great ministry and a heart of a true servant by everybody at Awaken Pantry. FLC had a legislative wrap-up. Attended the Imagine 5K, also the Rock and Roll 5K. Didn't run at either one, but I was able to get there. Great American Cleanup. I found 4 tires, guys. I'm proud. Attended Lightspeed Gives. Lightspeed Voice has a philanthropy type of portion to their company that gives back to nonprofits. They give away tens of thousands of dollars, and they do it in a right manner. Also, those PD promotions and new hires. And then the final one was South County Tiger Bay. They introduced and had our representatives from Congress, from the state Congress, there speaking. That's it.
Thank you. Commissioner McDowell.
I think I'm in direct competition this time around with Commissioner Luke because I have a very long list. Starting with the legislative breakfast hosted by the Junior League of Sarasota. Oh my gosh, the guest speakers, absolutely phenomenal. The housing is something that is very near and dear to me, and finding ways to get workforce and affordable housing in our city and figuring a way to overcome those challenges is definitely something we are going to have to be focusing on, and John Thaxton is the person to pick his brain for. I attended the Northport High School Art Show, which was held at the Art Center. Oh my goodness, the talent in that room, phenomenal. They had hundreds of pieces of art, and to choose one, that was a really hard task. I was a volunteer at the community baby shower. It was a very well-attended event, considering it had been on hiatus for a couple of years. A new location, losing their partner that they had years ago. I look forward to that being even bigger and better next year. As a result of going and volunteering at the community baby shower, I missed the autism event put on by PD. Hopefully next year I'll be able to attend that. If they're going to have another one sooner, that would be great. Attended both Braves events. Fantastic job to economic development, the entire team, everybody that participated in the Thursday event, and then again on the Sunday event. I also attended the interagency meeting that is done here through the city. Their guest speaker was Empath Health, who was former Tidewell. Just hearing them talk about that was very, very enlightening. Northport PD's swearing in ceremony, long time coming, lots of people. That was really cool to be a part of. There was a webinar, a couple of webinars that I attended on housing, which fit really well in with the Junior League of Sarasota. Great American Cleanup. I didn't participate in the city's formal event. I did my own in my neighborhood. Attended the Rock and Roll 5K event here at the city. I did not run either, but I sure got in the 5K steps. I did the whole thing in steps. Met some really cool people walking with them too. Awaken Church's one year anniversary. What a ministry they have, and it just keeps growing. Attended the post legislation webinar put on by Florida League of Cities. I have a feeling next year we're going to see a lot of deja vu bills. Hopefully some of them will go away. Attended the flashlight egg hunt. Enjoyed passing out the little baskets to the kiddos and seeing their faces. But what was really, really special for me on that was their families getting their pictures taken with the kiddos on that wall that staff decorated really nice. It sounds small, but a lot of people don't realize mom and dad aren't in a lot of those pictures. And to have a family picture is priceless. I attended the Chamber Masquerade event, and the theme was outer space, and my husband and I dressed as Earthlings. I think there were only a few Earthlings in attendance.
I recognized you.
I also attended a webinar on electric vehicles. Oh my goodness, talk about a webinar that was full of education. Not only did they talk about the benefits that everybody talks about is the benefits of electric vehicles, but there are a whole bunch of concerns with electric vehicles and getting the infrastructure in place to make sure that they are successful. Going 100 miles before needing a charge that takes a few hours to charge is not in my future. I also did a tour with Commissioner Jen Ahern Koch here at the city of Northport. If you'll remember, she gave me a tour of her city, and it was my turn to reciprocate. And I am very grateful for staff's involvement in that tour. I'm very grateful for John for giving us a tour of behind the scenes of Welland Park. She was amazed with how big and how wonderful that area of our city is. But she was even more amazed at our diversity here in our city, from vacant land to dense areas. She would never have understood it had she not seen it with her own eyes. And last but not least, I don't like tooting my own horn, but I'm going to share it anyways. I was selected to be 2022's Home Rule Hero again. This will be my second year in a row.
All right.
That's all I've got.
All right, Commissioner White.
Oh, boy, I got to follow.
Last but not
I
least.
know, and I have to follow all that.
All right, moving on.
Well, yes, I went to the Braves games too, and I have to say that the first two, that's the first time I've been to the stadium. I'm not, and I know I'm going to be, where's the tomatoes? But I'm not a sports person at all. Would you have guessed that? Yeah, don't really enjoy going to stadiums, but I enjoyed going to those two games. I was just, and also that staff was there to give out the first one I went to, to give out your pass, and because I had no idea where to go. And then it was the first one that Commissioner Langdon remarked to me, "Oh, gee, I didn't remember where I parked." And I said, "Neither did I." And I know I wasn't alone because I saw all the people going back and forth. And this is how technically impaired I am. I actually bought one of those Find My Key tabs to put on my keys, but I always leave my keys in the car because I have a touchpad. So here I'm thinking, and I can't even do the
beep beep to find your car.
Then my son reminded me, "Mom, you have an app on your phone that would have told you where the." That's how I don't think in those terms at all. I said, "Oh, you're right." That was the whole idea of getting that thing. But anyway, I enjoyed both of my times at the stadium. And then, yes, I went to the autism function that was at the Garden of the Five Senses, the Boundless Adventure. I took the city manager and his wife on a nature tour through there and pointed out, our native and not native trees and invasive species that are in there. So he learned a little bit about that. And just as a little side story, the woman who runs Clara's Clubhouse, what's her name? I couldn't remember her name. Okay. But she was there with another young woman who was from Charlotte County. And she said her name was Emily Rivera. And I said to myself, okay, that name sounds familiar, but I don't know. And then we got to talking, and I said, "Oh, Charlotte County, I taught for Charlotte County and taught at Vineland." And she goes, "Oh, I went to Vineland Elementary. I was in second grade in 2002." But she said, "I can't remember who my second grade teacher was." And I'm thinking, okay. So I went home, and I looked for the school picture, and thankfully it was one of those school pictures where they put all the kids' names at the bottom. And there she was. So I took a picture of it and I sent it to her and I said, if you're the same Emily Rivera that's in this picture, I was your teacher. So just how things just come around, and she's involved in that because she has an autistic child. So it just shows how when we do things in our community, it's not just going to impact us, it's going to impact others, because that's what inspired her to start something in Charlotte County. So we have to think beyond our boundaries here. Yes, I went to the egg hunts, both of them, the flashlight and the Saturday one. People just love that. And I just, again, thank Parks and Rec for organizing that, putting that together. And I just have 2 words to say about the hunt, though: sound system, okay? Because we couldn't hear.
That's coming up at budget,
Okay.
for sure.
Just, that's always my number one beef, is when you go to places and you can't hear what they're saying when they're giving instructions. It's really important to, if you have something to say, that people can actually hear you. So, but other than that, it was great. Everyone loved it, and yeah, and I think that's probably about it. I just wanted to leave with the thought of, because I know there was a really beyond sad, I don't even want to, sad is not even the word to describe. We had a sad incident happen in Northport with a young student, and just to put out there to be kind to people. And I used to tell my son, it's easy to be kind to kind people. It's more challenging, but it's more impactful to be kind to people who aren't kind. But those are the people who need it. And, you never know how that's going to start a chain reaction to something positive and making a difference in someone's life. So if we can just be more kind and really think about the words that we're using. So thank you.
I want to add to her report. She talked about the connection at Autism Day. There were several kids who ran up to her at the egg hunts. Was in her cooking classes and stuff. And the impact that she has on these families over the years in Northport is tremendous. And so really grateful. And I love seeing these kids run up to her and arms are out, and adults are, "You were my teacher." I mean, it's great.
Thank you.
If you don't mind, Mayor, I also did attend the baby shower and that interagency meeting. I forgot to name them. Thank you.
All right. Administrative and legal report, City Manager. I did not mean to cut you off earlier in the previous item, so I didn't know if you wanted to say anything after your evaluation and also your report.
No, sir. I'll just say thank you. I appreciate all the support and the continued support. Glad to be here serving at your pleasure, and happy to see what we will do for the next 6 months, next 6 years. Let's just keep going. And my report, any questions you'll have, but no further comment. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. City Attorney Slayton, do you have anything?
No, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. City Clerk. Thank you. All right, hands in the back. Who thought we would be coming back after dinner tonight? Yes, I see them. 3:53, we are adjourned. Go home.
They're haters, aren't they?